Hey, Haunt, I gotta design a ridiculous face so I can spam it at the start of every stream. Nice. Gotta be the resident hype beast whenever I can. Do y'all think households of vampires keep one unpredictable slash fun vampire around so eternity doesn't get boring? Yeah, I would assume so. Also, hey, Sundry, welcome in. I was trying to figure out, because usually when I download a bunch of videos from YouTube, whenever I go to my download section and just hit play, it plays them all in a playlist. But for some reason, it didn't do that this time, so I'm hoping that we don't have a whole bunch of fucking buffering that we have to sit through, because then what was the goddamn point of me downloading any of these? But yeah, I hope everybody's having a good Wednesday. Oh my god, you worthless sack of shit. I fuck with Blasphemous, yeah. I mean, I played it a little bit a couple years ago and, like, enjoyed mostly what I played of it. But didn't really get sucked into it, so. Speaking of someone whose birth family was heavily conservative Catholic, I love it and can name half the references. Yeah, I mean, I pick up on some of the references, so. I was gonna go to the dentist, but instead I got a mystery stomach bug. Oh no! I'm sorry, I hope you feel better soon. Alright. I'm gonna go ahead, switch over to just chatting. Alright. Let me make this bigger. It's definitely a hard Metroidvania, and if you don't like platformers, it won't be fun for you. I'm fine with platformers. I've played plenty of platformers. The only reason I got frustrated with platforming in Elden Ring is because it's objectively pretty bad. Um, it was just a routine. Well, at least it's that, and not some kind of emergency. I mean, either way, it sucks, but you know, at least you don't have a massive toothache and dealing with being sick Okay, that works. Alright, so I'm gonna unmute and we'll get started on this playlist, but, yeah, don't feel like you guys have to be quiet for my sake or anything.
Let's get it on. I want to be the best. Above all the rest. Want to beat all the rest.
We'll see if I get any writing done.
Seems the registrar overbooked this one. I'm already sweaty and the show hasn't started because I had the bright idea to hide under a table for 20 minutes. I got a question for you. How are we feeling tonight? Oh, that's wonderful, that's wonderful. Now that
Sometimes
that's out
my
of your
mouth
system,
scales
I do need absolute silence.
get a bit sensitive in spots, but it usually passes if I stop eating candy for a while, yeah. I get the same thing with, like,
There will be no audience
temperature.
participation. The goal is education, not entertainment. Pat, start the hype up music. What you are about to see is the culmination of decades of research. I have developed this work, and I am sharing it here at PAX East for the benefit of the masses. Today, my peers will stop laughing at me. Today, they will start seeing me as a person who is worthwhile, not someone who, in the words of my mother, puts a lot of research into things that have very little meaning. They'll see me as an artistic genius, that's right, and incomparably handsome. That's the other thing. I forgot to mention that little part. This magnum opus, I have unraveled and
Isn't it
shall
wild to think
perform
about how
the
two
perfect
fair feathers,
pokey
finger
rap.
and
Let's
toenails
go!
all evolved from perfect scales? I mean, it makes sense.
Yes! Come on!
It is pretty wild to think about.
There we go, there we go. Ha! But not just yet. I got a couple
Biology
of things
is
that I gotta take care of
crazy.
Before we get to the pokey rap part of this, I have a couple of things. You see, in order to get this pack space, I had to sign a contract. And this contract was very explicit in its understanding that I would not only perform the full pokey rap, which is defined as including all 812 names of the Pokemon.
Yeah, college bio and history of evolution.
But before I do that,
seems
I have
pretty cool.
to
I didn't
explain
take
my
any bio
process.
classes in college.
Now, this is being enforced, this contract, by the enforcers. Hello. Thank you all so much for doing that. Yeah, give them a hand. They're doing an amazing job this weekend. It's wonderful. It is being enforced by them, and they will kill me if I do not see it done before the end of this panel time. Thank you for your service. Now, you might be wondering, again, no audience participation, but of course it's worth the hardship. Look, magnificent goals are worth the challenges it takes to reach them. You want to know where I learned that tasty morsel? From the original Poke Rap. You see, back when I was a child, I loved Pokemon, but I loved Pokemon for foolish and childish reasons. I loved them for their names, I loved them for their designs. My favorite Pokemon was Tangela. It's just a tumbleweed and some Jordans. What's not to love? I had a Tangela I nicknamed Terry in my Pokemon Blue version. I loved him, I kept him with me at all times. He was wonderful. But then I heard the original Poke Rap, and it taught me that things were only worth doing if you did them the most. It's the completionist's philosophy. You gotta catch them all. And so I put my childish ways behind me, and I began to collect every single Pokemon. But in order to complete my Pokedex, I had to go to Kevin Punt. Kevin Punt was a jerk. But he was a jerk who had Pokemon Red version, and I needed a Growlithe and an Arcanine in
If I
order
could have a
to complete my
superpower, it'd be
Pokedex. That's only in
shapeshifting, so I could
Pokemon
feel what
Red.
it was like for
And I was ready. I went over to his house.
Like tiny little light sensors. I love that my chickens are dinosaur direct descendants that communicate.
I was
in
so
their own
excited
bird way
to
without
trade
facial
and
expression,
finally
like,
complete that Pokedex.
Yeah.
I had a Vulpix ready to go. That seems fair to trade for a Growlithe. And
I want to have a
and
chicken
then
friend to take
Kevin
care of. And
said
pig
he
friend,
only
not for
wanted
food.
Terry because he knew
They're
Terry
cute.
was
They
my
don't
favorite
totally don't care if
Pokemon,
you take
and
their eggs
he-
unless they go broody
and I
and want
quote,
to hatch.
said that he wanted me to give up something I loved. Which is legitimately a wild thing for an 8-year-old to request. Which is why it doesn't surprise me that Kevin Punt is in jail now. It's true. Just kidding. I don't know what Kevin Punt's up to. He's probably a real estate agent or something. But he could be in jail. He certainly deserves to be. So I gave up Terry, and I completed my Pokedex. That's how far I'm willing to go in order to reach my goals. And today, my goal is to give you the perfect Pokerap. Let's split this presentation up. 1, the shortcomings of the original Pokerap. 2, the development of a better Pokerap. And 3, the performance of the perfect Pokerap. I just tried to do some JoJo poses. Did it work? Yeah. All right, so let's begin. The shortcomings of the original Pokerap, or what I like to call it, why the original Pokerap is a travesty. Now, this might seem a little bit harsh, but that's because you're viewing it through nostalgia goggles. And over the next 5 minutes, I'm going to take those off your face and replace them with the pragmatic transitions lenses of reality. I'm looking around the audience. I'm realizing some of you might be too young to have heard the original Pokerap. And for those people, buckle up. This is going to be a fun presentation. But I'll just synopsize it. It was a rap that listed all 150 of the original Pokemon played at the end of every episode of the original TV series. And that brings us to our first shortcoming. The original Pokerap is a mid-2000s suburban mother's conception of rap. The rhymes, the flow are bad. Now, I feel comfortable calling
Pigs
it
can
this
be friendly, but
because
some are
the only
biters.
difference between me and a
I don't
mid-2000s
mind eating
suburban
eggs.
mother
I
is
only
a
just
few
feel
more
sad
trips to
eating animal
Nordstrom.
flesh.
It's my own
And you
suburban
don't get
mother.
them many, they will grow
and
to 500 to 700 pounds when they get old. I feel bad if they did care about me taking their eggs, but they're pretty mad about it. Even if mini pigs get to be like 300 to 400. I just want
But
animal friends.
the rhyme scheme.
I think
terrible,
true
terrible.
potbellies
Not
never
only
get
is there a
that
line
size,
that
but
rhymes
other small
horsey
breeds will.
with weep and bell, a
Unfortunately,
slant
people
rhyme so
sell the
terrible
other
even
breeds
Emily
as
Dickinson
potbellies,
would
yeah.
vomit. There are English majors in this group. Hell yeah. All right. But even if you ignore the rhyme scheme, you can't ignore the flow. It's what we in the industry call educational rap flow. And that's defined as a rap wherein you could include an anti-drug line and it wouldn't sound out of place. For example, ditto, cloister, caterpie, sandshrew, friends got weed, just say no thank you. Second shortcoming. It is a bad grocery list of Pokemon. The writers didn't do anything to differentiate the Pokemon. Take this line, Dratini, Growlithe, Mr. Mime, Cubone. Not only are these 4 Pokemon completely different elemental types, they're totally different in quality. The emotional whiplash I feel going from Dratini, what a sweet one. Oh, Growlithe, a nice cute fire puppy, isn't that? Oh God! Oh no 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 no! Please get no! Oh no no no, cute, I'm okay. See, the writers were so focused on putting all 150 names in, they forgot to make a good song. Oopsie daisy. See, most songs have cohesive themes. They build to something,
I don't
end
know
on a
what people
high
have
note.
against giving
You want to
their pet
know the
pigs
final
space to move
Pokemon of
around
the
and
original Pokérap?
exercise.
It's Arbok.
Space is costly unless
Not
you live in the middle
the
of nowhere.
graceful Articuno, whose very breath could freeze a man in an instant. No, it's Arbok, whose main powers include being a snake. And that leaves us with our third and final shortcoming. Now, this one might get me in a little bit of hot water, but here's the thing. I'm not afraid of stoking controversy if it means I can say the truth, okay? So the original Pokerap is no Gesamtkunstwerk. That's right, I went there! Yeah! I'll say it again! But we all know what a Gesamtkunstwerk is, so I'm going to carry on. Section 2, the development of a better Pokerap. Now, we have our 3 shortcomings, so in theory, all we need to do is fix those, and we'll have a better Pokerap. That's it. Except, if you'll remember, back at the very beginning, I signed a contract saying I'd list all 812 Pokemon in the Pokerap, or else the enforcers would perform MMA on my body. Again, thank you for your service. So we have some limitations here. So the original one has a 50 ppm, that's a rate of Pokemon per minute. If we keep that same rate, then we're going to end up with a 16
Yeah, true. I mean,
long.
guinea pigs still need
that's too long. If I
a
forced
decent
you to
amount of
sit through
space, though.
16
We used to have a few guinea
of me
pigs,
just listing
and
Pokemon,
well,
I
few.
would
We had
deserve to
3
be in jail with
no.
Kevin Puns.
And we had a kiddie pool filled with wood chips
But
that they
we up that
stayed
rate to
in.
96. We'll end up with an 8.5-minute song, and that's
Totally
normal.
want peacocks, but my neighbors are too close. When it's mating season, they screech at night like a person getting attacked. Yep.
Okay.
There's actually
so
a
let's fix
peacock
some
farm
shortcomings, shall we?
not too far
First
away
one,
from
how
my
do we make a
house.
mid-2000s
And
suburban mother's
it
conception
was,
of rap
we
into
would pass
something
it on our
that's
way to
listenable?
church when I was
Now,
a really
I
little kid.
would never claim to
and
be an
I
expert
remember,
rapper. I'll go on the record, I am
hearing
not a
them
rapper.
losing their fucking
but
minds.
I do claim to be an expert in one
You
thing
know, every single time
that
it
will
was
help
mating
us make
season.
this Pokerap a little bit sexier. Feet. Metrical, like poetic feet. I should have phrased that differently, I think. Maybe.
Yeah, it's loud.
I was such an obvious test. How did you fail the no audience participation thing again? I swear. But since you asked nicely, am I that type of person? I am.
Oh my god.
That's a metrical cut. Yeah, no. But for real, metrical feet are going to help us out so much. You see, there are a bunch of different metrical feet, and they're going to help us with the flow of the rap. We have this unique, weird songwriting problem with the Pokerap in that we have all the lyrics already written. It's just all of the Pokemon names. So we got to piece them in to make something that's good. It's kind of like if I bought 12 IKEA cabinets, and then I used the pieces to build a Gundam. So I made a spreadsheet, because that's what I do these days. I make a lot of spreadsheets. I took all 812 of the names, I split them up by rhyming phoneme, I split them up by metrical foot. But we're gonna talk about one metrical foot in specific. It's called a dactyl. It's got 3 syllables, it's a stressed followed by 2 unstressed. And this is super important to us because it's gonna give us our triplet flow, or our Migos flow, Versace flow. It's used in mumble rap a lot, whatever you call it. It's gonna help me say a lot of Pokemon names in quick succession without sounding like a cop. So here's an example of one Pokemon that's a dactyl. It's Tangela. Tangela. Another one would be RK9. RK9, Tangela, RK9, Tangela, RK9, Tangela, RK9. Kevin Punt made me trade Terry for RK9, and I will never forgive him! I'm sorry, Pat, we can
How
go
would
to the
you
next
recommend
slide.
someone go about fulfilling their dream of embracing, protecting, and nurturing the literal
Okay,
entire planet?
Second shortcoming. This is a pretty easy fix. We just have to differentiate the Pokemon by their elemental type.
That
But let's
is
remember,
a very
quality
good
is also
question.
important. If we split them up by fighting type, then we might take Machamp, who's a super powerful, wonderful Pokemon, and put him next to Conkeldurr,
I mean,
God's mistake
I don't
in
have
the Pokemon
anything
universe.
super insightful to say other than, you know, like, listen
But speaking of
to
Pokemon
nature.
gods, there are in fact literal Pokemon gods. Arceus up there. They supposedly created all
And,
Pokemon, and it feels kind of weird to put the
listen
mythical,
to
legendary, and ultra beast
indigenous
Pokemon in with
peoples who have
the Pokemon
been
peasantry, as I call them.
living,
And because if you did that, you might put
within
Arceus
nature
next to
with
Bidoof.
basically no issue for
And
thousands upon
that's
thousands of
kind of like
years.
if I made a list of characters that are popular in America, and I put Jesus next to
Anime
Garfield.
projectiles, huh? What do you mean?
Technically, I'm not wrong, okay? But I should probably plan it better. And then the third. This one's simple. We just make it a Gesamtkunstwerk, obviously. But in case you're getting it confused with the architectural understanding of Gesamtkunstwerk, and no one would fault you for that, it happens to me all the time, I'll specify we're talking about Richard Wagner's understanding of the Gesamtkunstwerk as an all-encompassing artwork that is unified through theater. I'm the only one who cares about this, but the thing about Gesamtkunstwerks is that we have to put it in the theatrical realm we're talking about. So we're talking about rap, we're talking about song. That means we're going to be talking about musical theater. And that's a bit of a difficulty for me because I've never done musical theater before. I had to do a lot of extra research. This was like an extra week of time in this thing that we can... This slide wasn't in rehearsals, Patrick. But if you're going to put me on blast, yes, I did musical theater in high school, but I don't think that counts for much. I didn't do much after that. I just that doesn't mean that I'm an expert in musical theater. I haven't done anything. I was in an a cappella group, Patrick. Does that count as musical theater? I don't think so. We can go to the next slide, okay? Jesus Christ. Patrick, go to the next slide, okay? Go to the next slide. Next slide. Next slide, please. Go to the next. Patrick, how did you... Go... I'm not even on Facebook anymore, Patrick. Did my mom send you these? Go, next one, next one. Next one, next one. You can go faster. I can press the button. Patrick, please, what? Just go.
Get involved with the IWF and Greenpeace and get high enough to kick out corrupt people and spread the word without getting kicked out yourself. Yeah. I was making a joke about going on an anime quest to save the world, but you gave actual good advice. I was not really able to tell by the question that it was jokey. So
we have two incredible building blocks with
Greenpeace anime, I
want
watch it. Write it with some body horror and bug acceptance.
Like the clay to mold
for real
into
though, where's the
special,
anime where the protag defeats global
and
warming
originally I
with
was
the
going to
power of
come here to
friendship?
make a
I mean,
fun
truly.
poke rap. It was going to be a perfect one, but it was going to be fun and something that, like, I don't know, you'd memorize to like impress your friends at school or whatever. But now I realize that this is something you could use to audition for Juilliard. I don't care about making the perfect pokey rap anymore. I am making the perfect song.
I would definitely watch Greenpeace anime.
So, how are we gonna do this? First things first, we gotta pay homage to the original pokey rap. That's simple. Well, let's throw in some educational rap, you know? But this time we'll put actual education into it. And because this is a Gesamtkunstwerk, we can use different types of theater to differentiate the Pokemon, different disciplines of theater. So for example, the psychic Pokemon, I'll be doing a contact juggling performance. And for the ghost Pokemon, those will be read in eulogy form, so I hope you brought your tissues. There will be a live sand painting of every evolution. Paul Giamatti is here, going to perform the full Jigglypuff song in full costume. There will be ice sculptures, fireworks. One of these cups is poisoned. There will also be the Blue Man Group, and they will fight to the death for your entertainment. And if everyone checks under their chairs right now, go ahead, feel free. You'll find nothing there. There is no audience participation.
Maybe the plot is that the ghosts hunting fossil fuels come to life, become giant oily mech monsters, and the protagonist uses powers given to them by magic bugs to defeat the monsters. Yeah, that could be cool.
How could I possibly talk about their divine omnipotence, verbalize their otherworldly grace, catch such a dream from the air? That's right.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, isn't Princess Mononoke kind of...
You see, there's this thing in musical theater. It's called a dream ballet, and it's when the writers aren't good enough to express emotions through words, and so they just make people dance them out for them. And so I've hired the Netherlands Dance Theater to create a 30-minute movement piece that will encapsulate all 81 of the mythical, legendary, and ultra beast Pokemon, leaving us with the most perfect song ever written, coming in at a runtime of about 4 hours and 30 minutes. Which is, granted, a little bit longer than the 8.5 minutes I'd originally planned for. But here's the thing. Every single one of those seconds is ethereal. It's wonderful. We don't have enough time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I knew that you were making an Evangelion reference with the fossil fuel impact. I just didn't say anything because I was
Finish
trying to
this
think of
before
a
the end of the panel time
joke to make about mom robots.
The enforcers will knee strike
but
my
I got
vital
it.
organs. Look, I know it's not your fault.
I'm
You've done a lot of
pretty
great work
familiar
today.
with Evangelion.
I really appreciate it, and I can't, like, you know, great job. What's your name? Matt. Matt, was it? Another test. No audience participation, Matt.
Princess Mononoke does a wonderful job at
And, like, what does it even matter, you
environmentalist
know?
narrative, but unfortunately, I think
already
the
lost it
plot is
all. I
too
can't
removed from the
perform the
modern
whole
world,
thing.
and people are too stupid to understand the underlying themes.
idea.
Yeah, that's fair.
When I gave up Terry to Kevin Punt. Just so that I could finish my Poke Rap. I was so blinded by the glory of success that I gave up everything that was important to me in the process. In this instance, it's my life. But I can't give up. We can cut it down. We'll cut the whole contact juggling performance. You know what? Actually, we're going to just have to smush together all of the Pokemon types. I know I said I wouldn't do that. We'll have to trim some names. We'll do an abridged Dream Ballet, I guess, which means the Netherlands Dance Theater can go home now. Okay, they're fine. And that would leave us with 8.5 minutes or so, which is still, it's still performable, but I'd have to cut like 400 Pokemon names in order to do that. And the contract specifically says I need to say all 812 of them, or else I will die. It's like, there's no physical way one person can say all of those Pokemon names. Audience participation. Oh my God, you're right. One person can't say 400 names, but 300 people could. All right, that's perfect. Let's take the whole right side. I need you to just choose some of these names. Okay, it's not that hard. Just pick them at random, whichever ones you want to go ahead and say. If you can't read them all the way back there, just make some up. That's fine. And on the count of 3, I need you to yell them out as quickly as possible. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Stop. Okay? Same with you. This list now, okay? Just go ahead and choose again 2 or 3 of them, whichever ones you want to pick. Different sections. You ready? 3, 2, 1. Stop. Technically, there's a high probability that all of those Pokemon's names, they just got said. Those names just got said, and there's no way that Matt over here could verify it didn't happen. So we're good. We can do this. Okay, during the educational rap section, remember this, educational rap, I'm gonna call on the right side, and then I'm gonna call on the left side, and you're gonna need to yell those out, okay? Got it? But can we really call this shortened version still perfect? Yeah, we can. All right? I was thinking back to that younger version of myself he was so excited to complete his Pokedex, and yet he was so empty without his Terry. Kevin Punt might have given me the final Pokemon, but he took my world from me. My perfect Pokedex wasn't perfect. You know what was perfect? My ragtag team of Pokemon, led by the indefatigable Terry the Tangela. That was perfect. And in the same way, this Pokerap is perfect because of the ones we've kept, okay? The original Pokerap taught us the wrong lesson. It is not that we should catch them all, it is that we should love the ones we catch. But again, I do still need you to yell out those Pokemon names, because if you don't, Matt will murder me. Are we ready to perform this?
It's a really lovely movie,
Okay,
one of my
okay,
favorites, but I don't think anyone walks away from it with revolutionary
second,
tendencies. That's
before we hop in.
fair. Like I said, it's been a while since I've seen it. It's got to be something flashy, a bit ham-fisted, with
was
us
originally
doing
planning
magic powers that
on
make people
completing
secretly
this
design OCs in their heads
ending
based on
Arceus,
magic.
the highest of the god Pokemon.
Ghibli was very
I don't think
likely
that's right.
super influential in rooting out
I think
militaristic and
I should
fascistic
include
tendencies in
a little
post-war
memory
Japan, though.
of
Yeah.
my favorite boy.
I saw
Because
Princess
if
Mononoke
I
when I
can't
was like
have
3, and
Terry
I'm
back
now a
in my
radical
life,
environmentalist, but
the
I'm
least
only
I
under
can do
32 pounds and
is
have no
immortalize him in
mercenary
song.
connections. How anyone could even read
Terry,
a synopsis of Grave of the Fireflies and defend
this one's for you.
imperialist Japan is beyond me. My uncle was a weeaboo before it was cool, so I saw Totoro at 6 years old, and it was my favorite ever throughout my whole childhood. Well, I wish that was the first one I saw. Seigo Koto turned into a demon was legitimately scarring at age 3.
Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle, Caterpie, Butterfree, Wurmple, Scorbunny, Sobble, and Grookey.
Yeah, My Neighbor Totoro was my first one too, but it was the Fox dub, not the Disney dub. Which, honestly, I think the Fox dub is better.
Luxio, Swampert, Lilligant, Tynamo, Seismitoad, Polytoad, Palpitoad, Seal, Parasect, Trevenant, Toxapex, Veal, Mandibus, Scatterbug, Graveler, Pelipper, Elgium, Picky, Pluck, Clawitzer, Conkeldurr, Probopascalopede, Delibird, Ursaring, Blaziken, Fennekin, Quilladin, Nidoking. Scrub, Alakazam, Rat, Woobat, Swoobat, Crobat, Golbat, Zubat, Poochiana, Caracosta, Teddy, Ursa, Umbriana, Lomamola, Chikorita, Gotharita, Drudagon, Snorunt, Tyrant, Charjabug, Ninjaska, Mascavalug, Finion, Drapion, Jolteon, Sylveon, Glaceon, Espion, Jigglypuff, Igglybuff,
Remember, media
Wigglytuff,
literacy is
Delmice,
very
Rock,
important
Ruff,
in raising
Porygon,
children, yeah.
Porygon Z, Porygon 2, Ribombi, Skuntank, Clang, Cling, Clang, Miltank and Mitang, Luxray, Pidgey, Hitmonlee, Skitty, Happiny, Mudbray, Lotad, Durant, Superior, Gorgeist, Outland, Executor, Abracedra, Nidorina, Dewat, Chestnut, Primarina, Ammonite, Dragonite, Charizard, Magnemite, Meditite, Dusknoir, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Minior, Garbodor, Ariados, Tyranitar, Clay, Meow, Meowth, Exploud, Wobbuffet, Ferret, Bellsprout, Starmie, Starly, Frogadier, Delcatty, Escavalier, Venonat, Poliwag, Hippopotas, Spinarak, Marowak, Jumpluffy Bass, Fungus, Amoongus, and Pidgeotto, Weepin' Bell, Victory Bell, Hakamo'o, Orosaura, Matisse, Metacham, Mammoth,
I always forget that there's a Pokemon
Feraligator,
named
Eevee,
Amoongus.
Sigilyph, Elekid, and everything, K. Rowlet, Golett, Honedge, Arcan, Croconaw. Sentret, Pignite, Bergmite, Mantite, Kakuna, Pseudo, Wudo, Wishy-Washy, Poplio, Obama, Snow, Charmeleon, Darumaka, Hariyama, Sharpedo, Whiscash, Raticate, Sableye, Sandslash, Cricketune, Cutiefly, Beautyfly, Togepi, Volcarona, Magnezone, Lunatone, Ragam, Samurott, Oshawott, Whimsicott, Kangaskhan, Larvitar, Pupitar, Amistar, Kecleon, Toga, Kissimmee, Sage, Nidoqueen, Cottony, Fortress, Salamence, Jellicent, Funnelby, Pillowswine, Carnivine, Illumise, Remoraid. I think we are done with the triplet wrap, so now let's wrap it.
Certainly a quite interesting person as a result of what I've seen as a child, but
All right,
it was a
here
bit
we
of a
go.
rough time getting used to
Are
it.
you ready,
Yeah, I can
friends?
imagine.
Hey, come on, let's learn a little something from our Pokemon. There's Persian and Mudsdale, Donphan and Huntail, Sandygast, Nosepass, Frostlass, Lapras. I love to say the Pokemon, but here's the catch. Saying them all kinda seems far-fetched. Let me ask you a question, wanna help me out? It's time to throw in more names. Come on, give me a shout. Those Pokemon are Tentacool. And those Pokemon are trash. Come be my friend, I got more to say. And if we dig a little deeper, we can learn today. So why not get comfy? Don't be crabby or blue. Here are some lessons, and I wrote them for you. If you muck around in class, you'll be distraught. Don't be a doofus, just study a lot. If you're slacking in school, you'll drop out sooner. And abstinence is key, or you'll get a mime junior. So wanna grab some candy for a sweet treat, a more amazing snack? Here's a peach you can eat. Beware of shifty strangers who offer you hugs, and don't stick forks into electric plugs. Wear a helmet when you ride on bikes. Keep a well-stocked bag on extra long hikes. Make sure to stay away from that Pharaoh seed. And that's just one name people have for weed. There's Pansage, Slowbro, Oddish, Bonsley, Tropius, Seedot, Nuzleaf, and Blissey, Loudred, Dugong, and Goodra, Bounsweet, Bayleaf, Hypno, and Mun. You'll be drowsy if you swallow that Tangrowth smoke. Also coughing and wheezing, hey, you might choke. So if someone says, hey, want some dank ombre, look them dead in the eye and say no way. I tell you not to do drugs, but if someone's smoking Trico, does that make them a bad person? Definitely no. I mean to carry on. My point in this verse is that alienating drug users makes things worse. Don't lock someone up if they take a Hitmonchan. And criminalizing addicts is a really bad plan. Big Pharma is the root of our country's problem with opiate addiction. Gollum, Ghastly, Horsey, Chansey, Burmy, Clefairy, Mankey, Klefki, Goomy. Whew,
I love
is
that
hard.
fucking
Catch my breath.
Big Pharma is the root of our country's problems with drug addiction. Gollum. Just,
Well, check
it's my
how
favorite
many
part.
we've got left. There's less than 150 left. Can I really do this? I used to
Slow.
have this dream.
What are
Back
the
when I was a
names of the
child.
3 best leaf strains in the
I make
Pokemon
the
universe?
Poke-Rap listenable,
Oh,
and
man.
everybody called me reckless
I'm
and
about to
wild.
out myself, but I was actually
But I
never really
never
that big into
gave up.
Pokemon growing up. I played a
kept
couple of the
at it every
games.
day.
I've watched a tiny bit of the anime.
And with Pikachu beside me and my decks to guide me, I knew that there'd be a way
Slowking definitely has
to
to be
ignore
one.
all of the naysayers. I'd need a thicker skin than Metapod. Why not leave my comfort zone, jump in the unknown? Maybe someday everyone would applaud. It's absolutely worth taking a risk.
me see.
Plus, I'll make a few friends as I try.
Poke Scout cookies?
Seeking
Is
how
that
to be strong
anything?
as I write you
Is that
a song.
anything?
But I still don't know where to put Mr. Mime.
And then I
But
guess
who cares
slacking
if I could find a good place to put Togenomon,
glue instead of Gorilla Glue. Slowking Saturday or something. Maybe Gardevoir glue? I don't know.
I still found a way to put them in there. No matter the size or the scope of the
Slacking
task,
glue is
I don't need
amazing.
a magic carpet
Trying to think of
ride.
others.
I'm a champion hero. There's nothing to fear. Oh, my true power comes from inside. And that brings
think
us
Poke
all
Scout
the
cookies.
way
I
to
think
the
that's a
top.
solid
I've said
answer.
every name I can say. I'll let my body confess the names that I can't express. Yes, it's time for the Dream Ballet. Come on!
Oh my god, we could do Sour Beedrill instead of Sour Diesel. Sour Beedrill, yes. Altaria does be cocaine, yes.
That I gave Kevin Punt. I hope that bastard's in jail. 'Cause of all Tangalas, Terry is the apex. And I gave him up for my decks. When you love Terry terribly, and then Terry is gone. What's the point of having every other Pokemon? There's a wound in my heart that I can't get rid of. How can I find joy without my tangly boy? Why catch them all if you can't keep the one that you love? Terry! Oh,
Amazing, Brian.
Thank you all so much
Beautiful.
for coming!
Genius.
You have been an incredible
Would Ditto Weed be
audience.
really good or really
Thank
shitty?
you. Give it up for
Ooh.
Pacquiao over here.
I feel like it would be shitty because Ditto Weed sounds
good
like
one.
ditch weed, which is
Thank you,
very
thank you,
shitty
thank you.
weed.
Sonic the Hedgehog has been enjoying a bit of a resurgence as of late because of his upcoming feature film, which is great because you go, oh, those legs are way too human. Those legs are,
Man,
oh
what
my
is even the
god,
point of
those legs
downloading
look like
videos if they're
I
still
could
on
have those
buffer when I
legs.
go to play
Please
them on
don't
stream?
show that to me anymore. Please get it out of here. Stop. This new Sonic has a lot of fans crying heresy. Sonic
Definitely
should be that
shitweed,
cute
yeah.
blue cartoon hedgehog that's gotta go fast, and that's all he's gotta do. But what if I told you that this was not the only blasphemous version of Sonic? What if I told you that nearly every single piece of Sonic media was heretical? I hold in my hand 13 pages that prove just that. Before I hop into the deep end, I need to explain a little bit about Sega, these 13 pages, and how Sonic was made. You see, Sega was in a real tough spot in the early 90s, as it tried to compete with Nintendo and the overwhelmingly successful Mario. So they worked internally to create a new mascot, not just for a game, but for the company as a whole. Naoto Oshima created Mr. Needlemouse, a teal hedgehog with red sneakers, and then he worked with Yuji Naka
It's called
to
Ditto
create
Weed
a
because
game
dealers sell
around
it,
this
say it's
wonderful creature.
everything else
A
under
few
the
tweets,
sun,
and
yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog was born. Or at least one version of Sonic was born. You see, Sega wasn't just fighting with Nintendo, it was also fighting with itself. Sega of America and Sega of Japan had a lot of tension between them, and they didn't see eye to eye on a lot of things, especially when it came to Sonic. The original version of Sonic was a bit more punk rock and had a girlfriend, a real-life human girlfriend named Madonna. And we all know that Sega would never make Sonic kiss a real human woman. So Sega of America started to iron things out a little bit, make Sonic a bit more family-friendly, more marketable. Madeline Schroeder, the self-described mother of Sonic, wrote out this 13-page Bible that set out Sonic's true origins. These 13 pages went on to become the true Sonic, the Sonic we all know and love, right? Nope! This Bible has had very little bearing on the series as a whole. But here's the thing, friends. It should have a lot of bearing on the series as a whole. And I am willing to wield this Bible as a paladin wields a holy sword so that I might excise sin out from the Sonic canon! I'm sorry, that was a lot. I was a bit too intense I'm gonna tone it down a little bit. Folks, we're about to engage in a friendly session of biblical literalism. Now, I'm not one to advocate taking a written account as the pure truth and nothing but for Sonic, I'm willing to bend my values a little bit. We're about to take everything written in these 13 pages as gospel, and anything that deviates from the facts therein as sacrilege. Let's get sonically fundamental. I'm not going to read this Bible in its entirety. You can read it online if you'd like, but I am going to read the first paragraph in full, because I think it's important for you to understand what we're dealing with. Sonny Hedgehog was born on Earth in the early 21st century, in the town of Hardley, Nebraska, population 1,226.
They gave Sonic a voice, it ruined the magic
From the first
for me.
line alone, we already know that 1, Sonic's birth name is actually Sonny, 2, he is a real
Yeah, I
hedgehog
can
that was born
understand that.
circa 2000, and 3,
Oh, this
he's a
it's
Midwestern boy.
poison
He and his mother
sunflower.
and
My
5 sisters live underneath a scraggly hedge
dad grew
beside
it.
the local burger joint.
So
and
is your fic gonna
subsist on
deviate from
burger
the game,
scraps,
Murky? Okay.
milkshakes, and the occasional
So,
slug or bug
yes
that crawls their
and
way.
no.
They are a poor but happy family.
I'm
From these
gonna
lines, we know that 4, Sonic's
I'm gonna
family
pause
lives in
so
an
I can
actual
explain this. So, my plan is for the fic to take basically kind of be Ethan's experience in the village with slight deviations, including obviously it not being Ethan, but like the gist of it is that Claire came to the village because Moira, her sister, is extremely sick with some kind of illness, and like none of the treatments they've been giving her have done much good. And so, like, while they were doing research on potential experimental treatments, they found out about this mold that is only found in this very isolated little village in wherever the fuck Romania. So, Claire decides to go there on her own, because, other researchers just didn't think it was worth it, and she's desperate enough that she would try and do it. So when she shows up, there has been an outbreak, but obviously, since it's not because of Rose showing up and, like, the prophecy beginning to be fulfilled or whatever, the reason that, the outbreak happens in my fic, which, will be, addressed later, but, Mother Miranda was basically just working too closely with the mold, and was getting, like, very, impatient with her experiments, so she tried to tap into the mutamycete even more deeply than she has before, and it actually kind of backfired on her, and now she's basically possessed by the mutamycete. I understand that in the game she's obviously like influenced by it, but this is like full on, like she's no longer in control of her body or her powers. So basically everything's going to shit because of that. And the like Claire, like it's not like Claire can find an isolated sample of the mold anywhere that she's been so far. So she is like working her way towards the source, and like as time goes on she becomes more open to the idea of trying to help these people unfuck their whole lives. But yeah, so a different outbreak. Yeah, I mean more so just like a different source of the outbreak. It's still the mold and everything, but like when Miranda gets fully possessed, it's like all of their defenses and stuff that she was like taking care of, like making sure the lichens didn't escape from like Carl's kind of neck of the woods and things like that, like she isn't able to do anymore. And I'm trying to not deviate too far from canon when it comes to characters in the game. I am making Lady Dimitrescu and the daughters slightly less murderous, but they still absolutely try to murder Claire when she shows up at the castle. Just that, like, maybe they don't mindlessly slaughter every single one of the maids that they've ever hired. But the others, like Donna and Moreau and Carl, they're sticking pretty much close to, like, extremely close to canon. Like, they deviate even less than what Lady Dimitrescu will. But my plan, I think possibly one of my favorite parts of what I have planned is I have always thought that Donna, out of all of them, has the highest potential of being the, like, if not the most powerful, the most terrifying of the four lords, because the fact that she could basically make you hallucinate and see A, what she wants you to see, and B, like, get access to your, like, deepest like most secret fears and like shortcomings and stuff, and then like basically customize your own personal psychedelic hell out of those things. That's definitely going to be a feature coming up, because in the tags of the fic I have like future belladonna, and basically my idea is that after Claire gets out of Castle Dimitrescu and makes her way to the Beneviento estate, Donna is actually like, she's like very shy and kind of suspicious, but like not, like not immediately at Claire's throat like the Dimitrescus were. But once like they get to talking and Donna finds out that Claire has already gone through Castle Dimitrescu, Donna knows how the Dimitrescus do not take kindly to trespassers, and she assumes that Claire must have killed them, which is not the case, but, I mean, understandable assumption. And Donna basically just, like, goes over the edge and, like, sticks Claire in a mental torture prison for quite a while until Elena could convince her to stop. Ooh, I think exploring Donna's powers would be awesome. Yeah, that's a big reason why I wanted to do it. Do they all become allies to fix Miranda? I mean, I don't mind giving out spoilers because I mean it's gonna be a while before like we get to this part in the story. But that is kind of the goal, that they all kind of band together and like maybe like they might not necessarily help each other out like purposefully, but like they do all come together and realize like, okay, we have to fucking do something about this. And so it is a bit of a team up towards the end.
actual hedge, which is I guess why they're called hedgehogs. And 5, they have a very similar diet to meat. Unfortunately, Sunny's dad died when Sunny was just a few days old after falling into a gurgling, festering
Yeah, I
vat
just have to be
of
careful
toxic
about my
waste
pace
dumped in a nearby
because,
pond.
like, I don't want to get too wrapped up in like kind of smaller, like nitty gritty details, and then like have to rush towards the end. But also, it's not like I have a word limit or anything or a time limit, so I'm not that worried about it. But
Sonic, the lighthearted.
actually, the chapter that I'm working on now is going to end with Claire actually arriving at Castle Dimitrescu. And then I would say there might be like 2 chapters in Castle Dimitrescu, and the second chapter would be her wrapping things up there probably, and then heading towards the Beneviento estate. So
Hearted hedgehog we all know
I
and
have a
love,
rough
never
outline
knew
for
his father
everything
'cause he
in
was
mind.
reduced to sludge thanks to corporate pollution. There are 30 key tenets in the Sonic Bible, and I'm just gonna go ahead and list them off real quick. I'm sure that wherever
Never had
he is
terribly
in
good
Hedgehog,
eyesight
bushy
around
the local
quills,
bowling
quilting
alley.
circles.
Sunny was on
Beyond
the
right,
even
kindly
delta and
mustachioed
I'm
women
using it to
contour
dictate
short
Kintabor's
evolution of the
excellent
glint
face.
face.
Sunny learns
Photograph
computer
by
science.
began
running
most
at
of
the
his
From
body
now
had
on,
light,
my name is
totally,
Sonic.
totally disgusting
Then on the
grains.
half-eaten egg, it didn't last long. The 30 tenets of the Sonic the Hedgehog Bible. Look at him up there. Beautiful. Practically glowing with potential energy. The potential energy I shall release into a holy flame so that I might burn out the blasphemy
I'm excited
from
to write
Sonic's modern
her,
iteration.
I think
Claire's nightmare world, basically.
water. Yeah, I think that'd be good.
Now, most of these are not found in most of the iterations of Sonic, but there are 3 that specifically decanonize every game in the Sonic franchise. Let's talk about them. Number 18. There are 7 Chaos Emeralds, 1 is a stabilizer. You might have heard me say the name Kintobor. He turns into Dr. Robotnik after he is fused with the
Yeah,
powers
thanks for
of
asking,
the
Sundry.
Chaos
I
Emeralds
like
and
talking
a
about
hard-boiled egg. Not
the
a joke,
ideas
but
as
he
I'm
was
working on
originally
them.
looking for the Chaos Emeralds, so that way he could bundle them up and then launch them into space, thus reversing all pollution on the planet Earth. The reason for this is because the Chaos Emeralds contain a microlytic copy of all the inert energy of every gross and disgusting impulse or deed done by humans since the beginning of time. Ignoring that microlytic is the name of a company and not an actual scientific term, this seems to state that the Chaos Emeralds are just a crystalline form of every gross impulse. Every time you pick your nose instead of using a tissue, that's in the emerald. Every time you wear your underwear 5 times in a week because you think it doesn't smell that bad, that's in the emerald. Every time you go 3 days without shampooing, I get it. Look, sometimes, the shampoo has sulfates and that can damage your hair. We all have different scalps. But that's in the emeralds too! Most of the games just state the Chaos Emeralds are an incredible source of power, something that will help you take over the world or become supersonic. They don't ever mention that they're essentially just garbage diamonds. Had Sega included one piece of flavor text, like, you got a Chaos Emerald, you should probably go wash your hands now, then it would have been fine. But they didn't. Number 21. Kintobor was a father figure. Just as a reminder, Sonic's dad died in a vat of toxic waste, which is why it meant so much when Kintobor offered him an assistantship. Sonny was thrilled at the prospect, because although Sonny had never known his father, Kintobor reminded him of the kind face in the photograph. Heartbreaking. Can you imagine the drama in this? Sega, you keep trying to do these gritty reboots of Sonic. Sonic plus gun. Sonic plus getting kissed by a human woman. You don't need all that. It's all right here. You are literally pitting Sonic, a hedgehog without a father, against the man who became his father figure and then turned evil thanks to the machines that Sonic
Sounds awesome. It'd be
helped
way different
create.
than Ethan's
I
too,
hear you
so
saying,
you'll have a lot of
"Brian,
creative
there's
room."
no
Yeah, that was
evidence
my
that
train of
Sonic
thought, 'cause
doesn't
it's
think
like,
of Robotnik as a
I
father
liked
figure.
the whole,
And to that
like,
I say bullshit. I
I like the progression of the game. I just am differentiating it slightly for the plot that I have in mind. But yeah, I'm hoping it's different enough that people will enjoy it. I feel like now that we've hit the first scene that really deviates from canon, which is the fact that Anton is, or not Anton, that fuck, what is Elena? Leonardo. That Leonardo is the only one to die in the attack and not all of the other survivors. I think is when it's really going to like start deviating from it, aside from the kind of like progress of events. I need to figure out how to work the Duke in there somewhere too, because of course I want the Duke to be there. I love the Duke. Do vampires, as you have written them, have magical powers like in Castlevania and other franchises, or are they more science fiction based? So for this, just as a kind of a disclaimer, for this fic specifically, I am going to stick with like how the Dimitrescu's are presented in the game. That they are vampires, but it's like brought on by an entirely different source. Literally the only difference physically between them and like what they are in canon is that giving them fangs so they don't have to use horrible blunt human teeth to bite people. But for my own personal canon, vampires do tend to have like a handful of magical powers, which like obviously get more potent with age, and they can kind of like do more stuff as they get older. Like the shape-shifting thing is definitely part of it. Vampires can like young vampires can basically like kind of have their human disguise and then have their fully like vamped out appearance, and that's kind of it. But the older you get, the more like all encompassing, I guess, the shape-shifting powers become. So like, you know, once you're like a few centuries old, you can like put on someone else's face for like, let's say, a few hours or something. Do vampires that have lasted 100 years or maybe even 1,000 gain some sort of magical significance? Yeah, like I was saying, they're like, you gain more power as you get older. And like that, not only does it like amplify the powers that you like already had, but you know, because of a sort of magical affinity, you have an easier time picking up like other kinds of magics that might not necessarily be directly connected to your vampirism. But yeah, it's basically kind of like a sliding scale of, or I guess an escalation of like, you know, the limitations of your abilities getting like, you know, like wider and wider as you get older and like, you know, become more experienced.
I have never seen him cry after defeating Robotnik. I have never seen him hold the
like a moon
lifeless
ritual
body of
thingy?
his
I'm
father
just-
figure and say, I am sorry. It had to turn
I'm
out
just
like
imagining a vampire staring up at the moon on her 1,000th birthday and
Let
watching
Sonic cry
as it turns
over
red
the
and
loss
drips
of
into
what
her
could have
eyes.
been.
Not,
Cowards.
I mean, not really,
And
not that I've
finally,
thought
the
of.
third
If that's a
and most
Castlevania
important
thing,
tenet
then I'm
that
sorry, I don't know much
destroys
about
the
Castlevania
entirety of the
except
Sonic
for
canon.
the
Number 11.
the
Sonic helps
bits of the
quilters.
anime
Have you
that
ever
I
seen
watch.
Sonic in a quilting circle? Because he should be there while
It's
making
just
the
like,
rounds
it's something
for
that
juicy
kind
tidbits
of
and gossip.
naturally
He would
happens,
drop in
and
on
you
the
don't
ladies
really
of the
need
local
to
quilting
like
circle to offer a
perform any
convenient
kind of
pin
specific
or needle from his
ceremony
ample
for it to
portable
happen.
supply.
It just
Where
happens.
is my Sonic game?
It's gradual,
Circle.
but
Sonic
you know,
CD.
it still
Shitty.
happens.
Sonic Mania. Trash. Sonic Hedgehog 2. More like Sonic the Hedgehog 2, much of a dunce, to include the quilting circle that is so integral to Sonic's backstory. And with that, we have decanonized the entirety of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. But from this scorched earth can bloom a mighty flower. The true Sonic the Hedgehog. What would that video game look like? What are the ramifications of a Sonic the Hedgehog game based on the Bible? The Sonic the Hedgehog Bible. Let's go through this
yeah, I
piece
would
by piece.
say, like,
we start
if,
the game with a legitimate hedgehog who lives in a hedge, and his name is Sunny, and it's 2019, and he's
Like, if they're not disguised, you could pretty easily tell that like
He lives in Hartley, Nebraska, which is
that
where
they're a
he has my
vampire,
namesake
and I would
that's
say
ready
like
for
the
running
older you
lots of
get,
cornfields. His
the
eyesight's
more
not so
like
good, but it's okay,
inhuman
'cause he'll
and
get
mangled
respect since
your
he's able to read
vampire
what is
form
also on the track
is.
team.
So
the
like
entire
even
game
with
is actually
fledgling
just running the track
vampires,
piece in the middle of a
like
cornfield.
it's
When he's
pretty
not on the track,
noticeable
he's in
when
the
they're
bowling
not
alley
in
or
their
the
human
playground or the housing
disguise.
circle, doing all
But
the
for
red
ancient
fun things. The problem
vampires,
is that this town
it
has so
like
much
it is
pollution,
even
which
more
is how it's bad,
noticeable,
and it's also
you
why
know?
Kintobor, now Robotnik, the trim
Like they
hybrid
become
scientist who gains
increasingly
science
more
and the ability to
ghoulish,
speak the human tongue, was
um,
trying to solve with his
with
new
their
physics
like
theories.
regular
And his
appearance
machines had all of
versus
those
their
terrible drugs,
disguised
7 Chaos
appearance.
Emeralds before he became evil and also a bit of an egg. This is especially rough because Kintobor, before he became Robotnik, would feed Sonic really good food and was basically a
So
father
if
figure
like
to
if
him.
you had
Also,
that
Sonic is
knowledge
good at
and
computer
like
science.
you encountered
So
a
the game is
vampire
basically an
and
evil
they
polluting
like
scientist being taken down
hardly
by a
even
Midwestern
looked
teenage
human
hedgehog
anymore,
track
you
star
could
with
pretty
daddy
easily
issues. So it's basically if the CW
be able to
rebooted
ascertain
Sonic.
like,
Reach
oh,
out to me,
this is a
CW.
very
I will
old
license this.
vampire.
But I haven't used all 30 of these tenets. See, there are 4 of them that, to be perfectly honest, shouldn't be possible. And beyond that, they are impossible to put into a game.
Are there vampires who resent their
I've hit a
form
bit of a
twisty as they
roadblock.
age?
Number
I'm sure,
7
yeah.
shows Sonic's dead father winking
It's
at him
like
through a picture
circumvented
on
by
the
the
wall,
fact that
which
like
proves the existence of an
as
afterlife
like
in the
as
Sonic
they get older, it
universe. Number
becomes
15
easier
shows that Sonic is able to hibernate below
to
delta
like maintain
waves,
a
and those are the
transformation
slowest
and to
possible brain waves,
retain like
about 0.5 hertz.
at least
To go below
mostly
them,
human looks.
Sonic would have probably died. And yet
But
he's resurrected. and
yeah, I
lives
mean,
again.
I'd
And
imagine
number
there are
24, Sonic is
vampires
shown
who,
to run at the speed of
you know,
light.
even though
and
they
if
can,
the rules of relativity are to be believed,
you
that
know,
means his mass
alter
would
their
have to
appearance. They
infinitely
kind of wish their
expand, and he
base
would need
appearance
infinite energy
wasn't
to do this,
so
and that
monstrous.
would destroy the world, and yet he is able to do that without harming himself or those around him. Number 30 is actually within the Bible itself. It states, but like most peaceful times in the 21st century, it didn't last long.
Oh, thank you.
This
One of these days
Bible
I'll have
was
to
written
do a
in
stream where I
1921, 9 years before
talk about like my
the
own personal weird like vampire lore that I've come up with, because I know I've mentioned before that it's like a mix of like pseudoscience and then like it's just magic to fill in the gaps that I can't think of excuses for. It's actually really fun. Grace, aka Green Beans, aka Beans, has she's a microbiology major, I think. But we've talked a lot about like, oh, like maybe this can be explained by this, and like the reason that like, you know, vampires can't get disease or whatever is because like the virus or in them has like totally like replaced their immune system, and that's also why, you know, it's very difficult to cure yourself of vampirism, because basically your immune system would have to build itself back up from square one, etc., stuff like that. Can I make an OC based on your vamps and give them to you? Oh, that would be super sweet, of course. I would never say no to something like that.
Be resurrected, run with infinite energy, and have his gospel prophesy the future, then either Sonic is a god or could kill God, and I do not care if there is a difference! Hello, friends. I'd like to take a moment now and apologize for my recent outburst. I've taken some time and cooled down since the filming of this video, and though I suppose I could have just not uploaded it to YouTube, I decided it would serve well as a cautionary tale. You see, taking lore to be purely literal, whether that's for a video game or backstory for a TV show, is a dangerous rabbit hole that can often lead to anger. Biblical literalism is just an early form of fame. Sometimes you gotta be a little bit more lenient, because sometimes the Bible was written to make a character more marketable to kids in the 90s. So let's learn from this example, and make sure to take new additions to our favorite things in stride, even if it's these lines. I'm sorry, I can't in good conscience agree with that. I do not agree with those legs. I'm sorry. If you spray painted my legs blue, I could cosplay as this Sonic. Do you think I should do that? Do you think I should spray paint my legs blue for a Sonic cosplay? just half down Sonic. I'm not gonna do anything else to my body. Just, what are the ramifications of a Sonic the Hedgehog game based on the Bible? Should all acquaintance be forgot, and all that jazz. That's right, friends, it's Game of the Year season. Which means
So
it's
room
time
for a
us to
vampire that
hop
was
on those message
turned
boards,
around the
chat about our
establishment of the
favorite
first human
games, and
civilizations.
tear out each other's
Heinously
throats
vain
when
and
someone
sadistic little shit
expresses
of
an
I mean,
opinion
sure,
that is
yeah.
slightly different from our own.
Yeah,
By this
vampirism is
point, pretty much every
a
gaming
very, like,
publication has
ancient
announced their Game of the
condition.
Year, which means that I'm a bit late. Anything that I say is just a drop in the ocean of discourse. No one wants to hear my opinion. Which is why I am not expressing
it
an
predates,
opinion,
like,
I am stating a fact.
I know a lot of
That's right, I
canons
have
like to think
devised a
of
statistical, analytical,
Judas
number
or
crunching
Cain
formula that will
as the first
scientifically
vampires,
prove the Game of the Year.
in my particular canon, it was around long before those people
They
were.
said it couldn't be done. A bias-free formula to calculate the Game of the Year? That's a fool's errand, Brian. You are a fool. They called me a fool, but do I look like a fool to you? I've done it. And with the knowledge I've found, I can go ahead and assuage any arguments you might have with your friends. There is nothing to debate anymore. There is only the truth, that the best Game of the Year is hidden somewhere in these spreadsheets. I'm gonna be honest with you, there are a lot of numbers, and I haven't had the time to do them all just yet. But it's only December 14th. This video is set to go up on the 30th, which means I still have about 2 weeks for new games to come in before I can really call which game is the Game of the Year. But I've at least finished the formula, and I've tested it on a few to make sure it runs correctly, and everyone knows that you can't get full credit unless you show your work. So let me show you how I made it. First thing you gotta do when you're making a GOTY formula is find your list of games, and obviously we're going to have to choose every single game that was released this year in order for us to say that it is scientifically accurate. So if we just go ahead and take a look at Steam and see how many were released since January 1st, that's over 15,000. You can't make me do that. Legally. That's not in my contract, right? They can't legally make me do that. Look, as much as video game reviews can be an imperfect reflection of the person who is writing them, they are still a pretty solid baseline for which video games mattered in our culture. Even if a review is bad, it still means it was good enough for someone to spend time on it. So,
Is the first
I went to
vampire still
Metacritic
around?
and I
Origins
took
of
all
the
of the
first
games that
vampire.
were rated
Ooh,
80
that's
or
a
above.
good question.
And at
I
the time of
hadn't
writing
really
the script, that
considered
was
that.
181 games. So I'm gonna do the formula for all of those. Some of these
I
games
feel
were
like
DLCs or re-releases onto
maybe
new platforms. The Switch alone resurrected about a
Parts
dozen
of
candidates
them are
from
still
past
around.
years.
Like, I
But
imagine there's
since they were
probably
released
some
this year, they are
ancient,
still technically
extremely
in the
devout
running.
cult
Fight me.
around
Now that
the
we have
very
the list,
first
it's time to make a
vampire.
formula. And it might surprise you to hear this,
And
but I have
even
not
if they're
been in a
not
pure
alive
mathematics
anymore, I'd
class
imagine
in
their
about
body
5
has
years.
been preserved
So I reached out to some scientists.
for future
And then none of them got back
generations,
to
I
me.
guess.
So I called my old roommate.
I'm Nicholas. I'm a graduate student studying
But,
exoplanetary physics.
Nick is working toward a PhD at
basically,
MIT, and though I
the
was a bit
origin
worried
of
about reaching
vampirism,
out
I'm
to him
thinking,
since
is
his
a,
specialization is in
like,
astrophysics and not
is
stats about
mostly
video games,
based
he assuaged
in
all my worries.
magic and
Would
not
you say you are
necessarily
a math
like a
expert?
punishment, so
No.
to speak.
We
but,
chatted
like,
for about a half an
somebody,
hour,
like,
diving
you
deep
know,
into the
trying
scientific
to,
method and the selfless goals of
discover
If I invent a
immortality
unit,
or something like
I
that.
work it?
Sure.
Um,
I think
and
your
it ends
final
up like
score should be
working,
like in Gilbert
but
or
also
whatever.
working
Okay.
And we
against
finished our
them.
chat with the
Um,
reassurance that this formula
Like, I was
not
thinking
only going to
something
help the
similar
gaming community,
to,
but the scientific community at large.
Do you think if I wrote this up, I could get it
Yeah.
I
published
right now,
in,
but
like,
basically,
Nature?
No.
So where do we go from here? Now
it
that we have been
develops sort of like a
scientifically
prion
reviewed?
disease.
It's time to build the criteria.
So like
What
due to
specifically
cannibalism,
makes the
because
Game of
like
the Year? Number
said,
one,
like
what is the
original
game
vampire
worth?
felt as
We're
though
not just
if
talking
they
about
could
monetary worth.
consume
We're also talking about the
the
amount
life
of enjoyment
force
you get while
of
playing the game.
their
Number
their
two, how them
victims,
graphics. We're trying to
they
find specific
that could
numbers
help them
associated
attain
with these
immortality,
games,
and
graphics is just a
so
bunch
like
of numbers anyway. So this will be a
it,
useful
like,
part. Number three,
it is
how
a
did it
mix
affect the
of like
cultural
magical
miasma? Look, it's
experimentation
all
and
about
that
those Google
cannibalism
results.
thing,
How
and
many people
that's
are
how
talking
vampires
about the
came
game?
to be.
And most importantly, is the game art? I've figured it out, which means that no one has to write any more goddamn think pieces about this topic ever again. Given these 4 criteria, I sat down with
I'm
Tara
imagining
Long,
the
former
Mesopotamian vampire
bioinformatics
would be
researcher
terrified
and
of
also my
or
current
subservient
boss.
to the
She and
first
I
vampire.
figured out a formula that will end up with a numerical value that will tell us the game of the year.
I would
The
say,
higher the
I mean,
number,
it's
the
very
better the game.
understandable for
We'll
it to
start
be a
with game lore.
combination of
Now,
both.
it's hard for us to find how worth it a
because,
game is to play
you know,
from a numerical
even by the
standpoint,
time of like
but
ancient
if you take
Mesopotamia,
Metacritic
the first
score as a
vampire
percentage
would
of the game
themselves
you enjoy,
be
and you
pretty
multiply that by
ancient.
the average amount of minutes each playthrough takes,
so,
using
like,
stats from howlongtobeat.com,
at that point,
then
there's,
you end
you
up
know,
with a
they're
number
kind of, like,
of minutes you
maybe
have
not-
spent enjoying
I guess
said
at
game.
their
Now, to tie
prime,
in
so to
material
speak.
worth, we want to go ahead and take in
but yeah.
the original listed price of the game and divide it by this number, so that way we can end up with a DPM, dollars per minute enjoyed. Now, it's hard to decide if you want
Also,
a high
I'm
or a
going to be
low
right back
DPM
super quick.
because some people want the most bang for their buck, while others are willing to spend a little bit more for a really well-enjoyed minute. But just to standardize this, I'm gonna assume lower is better. That means you've paid less per minute you've enjoyed, and that way I can use it to divide literally the rest of the equation. How about them graphics? In the past few years, people have cared less and less about how many polygons you've got on the screen and more about the style. But one thing that hasn't changed is frame rate. People want the most frames per second. So factually, the more frames, the better. That means we're gonna go ahead and take the highest frame rate available in the game, and we're gonna multiply that by the seconds of average playthrough, again from howlongtobeat.com. And that will give us the amount of frames per game. The game frames main frame. But how many frames does a gamer game in the game frame main frame? That's a good question. Now, if you go ahead and you take your frames per game and you divide it by the number of gamers, I'm talking about however many copies have been sold or however many number of downloads there have been, then that's gonna leave you with frames per game per gamer. And that's a really important number, because if you have 200,000 frames per game and you have 200,000 gamers, that's 200,000 gamers that have only had 1 frame per game per gamer. And that is no good, is it? Is it? I'm a little confused now. We're gonna take frames per game per gamer and we're gonna put it on the top of this equation because we want it to be the biggest number possible. And now it's time for cultural relevancy. We want our games of the year to be big and brash and bold and boisterous, letting people outside of the gaming world know, hey, this is a thing. So how do we judge a game's effect on the world at large? Well, we go ahead and we take all of the Google results that come up when you search the game's full name and the word game. But that's not everything, right? That's just the bare minimum. It's like saying this dude's bad haircut is important just because a lot of people are talking about it, which I know isn't true from personal experience. So I went on Twitter and I asked you lovely folks what descriptors
Alright,
you
I'm
expect
back.
to see in descriptions of games of the year.
Is there a
And you
core of
gave me a
vampire
lot.
hunters?
So I went
Yeah,
ahead and
I
I
would say
plugged all
that,
those
like,
into Google's advanced
most
search
governmental
along with the
bodies,
game's
like,
name,
speaking
and I took those results
of,
and I
like, the
multiplied it
modern
by the
world,
base
like,
Google
have
search,
their
and I
own,
got very big numbers.
like,
But
sort
don't
of like
worry, we're gonna
vampire
bring these numbers
task
down a
force,
size, because
so to speak.
Some of the descriptions you sent in were actually pretty negative
But,
descriptions of games.
there are
So I
also,
did a
like, kind of
Google search using
freelance
those
hunters.
descriptions, and then I multiplied those results by 1 plus the number of Funko Pops made of characters in the game, which is objectively a terrible thing. Now this is gonna leave you with BCE, or your base cultural effect, and we're gonna multiply that by our FPGPG in order to get a pretty big number. But before we're done with cultural effect, I want you to ask yourself, is this the culture at large? Does this go outside of our gaming bubble? There's really only one way to tell that, and that's by using the mom variable, which stands for my own mother. So I called my own mother for help.
Hello, Brian. I'm a follower and a subscriber as well as your mother.
That's very good to hear. You support me so well, and I appreciate that. I should ask you, Mom, would you consider yourself a gamer?
When I play Mario Kart with like grandchildren and things like that, I always go off the road.
But on purpose, to let them
very
feel better.
similar to my real life driving skills, I find.
I have a list of 181 video games. I know that's a lot. I'm basically gonna run through this, and I'm gonna ask you if you have heard of this game. Red Dead Redemption 2.
No.
God of War.
Yes, I have heard of that.
Okay.
While subjecting my mom to a litany of 2018's best games, it became clear that she was very interested in the topic.
We're only 57 in, so we still got another 130 to go. So
I can't tell you what an exciting time this is for me.
Now you get a taste of what it's like to do my job.
I tell you what, this is a lot of research into things that really have very little meaning.
You're right. It is.
So once I'd asked my mom about all of the games from the Game of the Year list, I was able to throw it into a Boolean function. If mom knows game equals true, then that's a +1 here. And then I could raise our base cultural effect to the power of mom. So if she doesn't know it, that's just to the power of 1. If she does, that's to the power of 2. Finally, it's time for our fourth and perhaps most important criteria. Is this game art? And when you start asking if something is art, then you really end up asking, why should we even be defining what is and isn't art? And the only thing worse than the discourse about our game's art is the discourse about the discourse of our game's art. Look, art is experiential, and that's a beautiful thing that should be allowed to flourish without having some pseudo-scientific proof of greatness thrust upon it, which is why I'm not proving greatness. Instead, this part of the formula is so revolutionary because I am proving art. So let's go ahead and throw this into... Shit, I ran out of space. You know what, this part wasn't that important. We're just gonna cut it. This big Godey equation ends up with very large numbers, which would be too hard to show all of. So I needed to make a new unit, something I could reduce them all down to. I plugged in my favorite game of the year, Celeste, and I used that to be our new baseline. Celeste equals 1 BDG, or big determinant of game. Everything else will be reduced down using Celeste's score to a scale of BDGs. So that's it. That's the entire formula. And if you'll excuse me, I have to go do my dark bidding on these spreadsheets, and I will come back to you right now. December 30th. New Year's at our doorstep. Knock, knock. Who's there? It's 2019. Come on in. Hope you're not as big of an asshole as the past few of your friends. I spent the past 2 weeks crunching the numbers, and it is my honor to announce that 2018's scientifically calculated Game of the Year with 19 trillion BDGs is Fortnite. That can't be the right number. No, that's right. You remember when Pluto stopped being a planet and the scientists were like, hey, that's just what the definitions say. And we were like, hey, scientists, maybe your definitions are busted. Well, maybe my formula is busted. The fact that God of War got 2.1 million BDGs and Red Dead Redemption 2 got 0.1 BDG? Maybe I shouldn't have made my mom's knowledge of the game an exponential factor.
You know Tetris. You would really like this Tetris.
No, I stand by that decision. Let's be honest. The stats I was using definitely favored cultural importance, and Fortnite's cultural effect was orders of magnitude larger than any other game this year. And though I've never played Fortnite, which proves my lack of bias and also that I'm professionally irresponsible, there can be no denying that it has made a lasting impact outside of the video game world. It's the only non-series game that my mom knew about. And regardless of how you feel about Fortnite, it drew together a collection of people that might not have otherwise connected, and that is a valuable thing. And even when your Uncle Devin comes up to you at the holiday get-together and says, hey, Brian, what in the heck is this Fortnite thing? It gives you a common ground to chat, and you really haven't chatted with Uncle Devin in a while. You should call him more often. He wants to show you his Civil War books and his collection of swords. But if you're upset and you didn't immediately close this YouTube tab to send me an angry tweet, I've got an extra little gift for you. It's a new formula. Godey equals X times 1 quadrillion, and X equals your favorite game of this year. Now you can go ahead and tell your friends that Brian scientifically proved that my favorite game is the game of the year, and then you can share them this link, and then they won't click on it because it's a 15-minute video. So your secret is safe with me. And to be honest, your favorite game deserves
God, I
it,
love
because
Brian
if you
David
liked it
Gilbert.
enough to call it your game of the year, then it must be pretty meaningful to you, and no one can take that away. So congratulations, Fortnite, and congratulations, your favorite game. Here's hoping 2019 is full of wonderful games and even more wonderful experiences. Happy New Year.
Oh! Oh my god, that is so hot! Oh my god! It was supposed to be prop water, Pat! Oh, I probably just ruined this mic too. Jesus, Pat, I told you it was prop water. God! I'm okay.
Does enthusiasm
Uncle Devin
count or
has
anything like that?
swords?
It should just be, or just be bare bones.
Mom, to be honest,
Yeah. action.
I don't think you can do this not enthusiastically, so you're gonna be fine.
Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, a game that takes heroic and villainous characters and forces them to form fraternal bonds in the crucible of battle. Because for those who can superbly smash, there is no better place to make a friend than on the battlefield. That's the battlefield? Seriously? How did they get permits for that? That's irresponsible. Hi, I'm Brian David Gilbert, safety fan and bureaucratic wunderkind. Please address me as such. And I've spent the last week and a half poring over the regulations of the United States Department of Labor's Occupational Safety and Health Administration, also known as OSHA. I'm here to hold Super Smash Bros. To account, because when you take 70+ beloved characters and force them to fight for our entertainment, the least you can do is make sure the buildings are up to code. So let's go ahead and find every OSHA violation in every stage in Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. First, let's explain the process. We have to start by choosing the correct regulations, and unfortunately there isn't an OSHA guide to blood sport, so we're gonna just go with construction, Form 1926, because that's close enough. The main thing to point out here is 1926.10 subsection A. I'll read an excerpt for you so you can understand the basic concept of this video, and also the hellscape I had to slog through the past week. No contractor or subcontractor contracting for any part of the contract work, that's a real line, shall require any laborer or mechanic employed in the performance of the contract to work in surroundings or under working conditions which are unsanitary, hazardous, or dangerous. Basically, we're here to build a safer experience for these characters, because when you walk into an unknown space, I want the first question on your mind to be, am I safe to smash? There are roughly 350 regulations in Form 1926. How many pages is that? About 684. Don't worry, this is just a visual aid. They're all blank. I wouldn't waste paper like that. Most of these regulations are irrelevant, but I still had to read all 684 pages in order to know which ones to cut. Which reminds me, this video idea came from commenter nshady16. So if you have an unraveled idea, why don't you go ahead and leave me a comment? And thanks, nshady16, for making me read 684 pages of OSHA regulations, you piece of garbage! So I cut out all of the regulations that were just definitions, unrelated to stages, non-mandatory, redundant, or about personnel safety, because again, we're not talking about hard hats, we're talking about the stages themselves. Unfortunately, this also meant I had to cut the entirety of subsection R, steel erection. So there goes like 80% of the jokes in this video. Out of those 350 regulations, we're left with 46 that actually relate to Smash Bros. Stages. And again, we're just using the 103 stages that you get when you boot up Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. And any secret stages that pop up later, that's probably just an underground fighting ring, which is a different form of illegality. I'm gonna explain all of these OSHA violations as we go along, but I just want you to keep in mind that there is a maximum penalty of $12,934 per OSHA violation. We'll get into that later. Let's get
What's
these
the
OSHA
favored
violations
weapon
on
of
the
vampire
board.
hunters, and
Bam!
do older vampires
That's
become
all the
less
OSHA regulations
vulnerable
we'll be
to that which
discussing
would kill
today.
their younger
Let's start with
contemporaries?
the codes that pretty much every
So,
stage violates. General safety and health prevention.
I'd say vampire
These three here because
weaknesses
they're just
in my
dangerous in
canon
general, and they don't
tend
have
to
that many
stick
other
pretty
specific
close
violations.
to
Safety
like
training
some of the
and
more
education.
traditional ones
Seems like
you
most of these
think
people that
of.
have safety training,
The main
especially
two
in
being
warring towers, where they literally
a wooden
shoot guns
stake
at you as you fly
and
into the stage.
sunlight.
Recording and recording of
However, with a
injuries.
wooden
Research
stake, it
Studio
doesn't
is a gym,
actually
and so I
kill
would
them.
expect
It
to have
just like
paperwork if
fully
one of the gym members
paralyzes
gets
their
injured.
body.
Unfortunately, all of the gym members get
And
means of
the thing
egress.
with
In
like
most
wooden
places, you have to
stakes
have
and
exit signs.
also
And
like
also, you have to have
crosses
exits
and
that
symbols of
don't
faith
involve
in
plummeting
general
to your death.
is
Employee
that
emergency
it's kind of
action plan.
two-pronged.
It's
You
very
have to
important have an
both
emergency action plan, especially if the
have
emergency
like
action plan
have
is for
faith
if
in
a
whatever
mountaintop breaks off and slides into
you
the
know
ocean.
like
Look at this
is
polar bear.
represented
He
by
has
the
no
symbol,
fucking
so
clue
you
what's
can't
going
just
on.
like
Accident
whip out like
prevention,
a Star
signs
of
and
David
tags. Just
or
put one
you know a
above
cross
your
or like the
Anyway,
Buddhist
and
ohm,
I'll let
like
it
a
slide,
symbol of
okay?
that,
Duty
and like
have
expect
fall
that to
protection.
work.
I mean, there's no fall protection.
And
How hard is
you
it to put a
also
harness
like
on someone?
it
Federal
has to
requirements
like
of
the person in
stairway
question
collapse.
has to have
Anything
faith
above
that like
19 inches
a
of elevation
vampire
needs a
would
staircase.
be hurt or at least like distressed by that symbol, so it's not just like, you know, like vampires like probably feel uneasy on holy ground, but since most people are not constantly thinking about like, I have faith that this would hurt a vampire if they stepped on this consecrated ground, like it's not like they burst into flames when it happens. But the method of choice for vampire hunters is to use a stake to incapacitate the vampire. Then they sever its head off of it, and then they drag both the lower body and the head into the sunlight, let them both burn, and then even if it's a little bit overkill, they typically like throw the ashes into some kind of incinerator, just to make doubly sure that the that like the virus, the parasite, what have you, is truly destroyed at that point, and there's not enough of the virus nor the host body to like revive itself, basically.
Occupational noise exposure. I'm ignoring the fact that
Would
they're
an
fighting
individual
on
with
top of a
sufficient
jet,
faith in themselves
and
be able
instead
to
thinking
bare
about
knuckle
how loud
box a
those jets
vampire?
are. Pop some earplugs in.
Yeah,
Gases,
theoretically, I
vapors,
think,
fumes, dusts, and mists.
like,
All of these
'cause I've
stages
definitely
have
asked that
clouds
question
that you can
before,
stand on, which means they're incredibly
where,
dense. I don't care what it's made of.
I
you
think
shouldn't be
yes,
breathing that in.
but
Illumination. Those
the
torches
like
don't do
powerful
anything.
or the power
Stub my toe.
of
Ventilation.
the
A lot of these stages
like
need more
symbols of
airflow, better
faith
ventilation, but in
is
Pictochat 2,
like
there's too much
increased
ventilation
because
in the
of
form
kind of the
of this
collective
man
faith
who blows
around
air.
them.
Who hired
So
this
like
man?
because so
I don't
many
want
people
him on
believe
the
in its
outside.
power, that
Hazardous
imbues it with
waste
a real power.
operations and emergency
So like
response.
theoretically,
In
like
Flotsam
yes, you
X,
could
someone spills
definitely
oil and then just
like
leaves it there.
do more damage to vampires, like if you
1926.150,
had
151,
like
152,
enough
and
faith in
154
yourself,
are all
but it
about
wouldn't
fire
be
protection.
as
Most
like
of these regulations
probably
are
would
pretty
not be as
self-explanatory.
potent
You need to
as
have a fire extinguisher. It needs to be readily
like a
available.
traditional
You can't have ignition
symbol of
hazards
faith.
hanging around. You can't store more than 25 gallons of a flammable liquid in one place. By the way, I'm including magma as a flammable liquid. I know they mean petroleum substances, but I think that's just a lack of imagination on OSHA's part. But 154 is all about temporary heating devices
I also,
and how they shouldn't be kept.
I liked how in 30 Days of Night, and I'm sure other pieces of media have done this too, but vampires aren't just sensitive to sunlight, they're sensitive to UV light in general. And I would say that like regular UV light, it has to be extremely concentrated for it to do damage to a vampire. But part of the reason that like sunlight, you know, is so damaging, even though, you know, the UV, like, you know, it's not just the UV light, it's like, you know, leaning back on the magic side, it's like the association of sunlight with like life and growth and you know, goodness in general.
Don't move equipment unless it's safe. They're on a live racetrack. All
So,
of the things
I could
are
repel
moving.
vampires with
Marine
flying spaghetti
operations and
monster in a
equipment.
colander.
You have to have a life ring
no,
on a barge. and you have to
because like you have to like, I mean, it's like you have to like have a certain kind of faith, like not in just like the existence of something, but that it holds power and can like protect you and do harm to your enemies. So, I mean, if there was somebody who legitimately believed in the flying spaghetti monster as a deity, sure, that could do damage. But if you try to hit it with your flying spaghetti monster bumper magnet, it's not going to do much other than make them roll their eyes, probably. Science belief, I would say not really as much, because like it's not an entire, like, this is kind of where it comes into play, where I've been talking about how like I have pseudoscientific explanations for some things, and then other things I'm like, it's just magic. So like the ability of like religious or like any kind of symbols of faith, like being able to hurt vampires, like it has to be like kind of a faith-based thing, it's not just like, because, you know, if you want to get into the nitty gritty of it, it's like, well, you know, I have faith that the chopstick I'm holding exists, and I like, you know, I believe it could hurt a vampire. Like, I can't, you know, that's not just automatically going to like make it do more damage. Maybe shine a flashlight and I believe in the light spectre. Yeah, see that I would say no. That wouldn't really work. Cuz it's like I don't it's hard for me to explain this distinction, but like fact and faith are kind of two separate things to take into account here. Like a belief in science and that like science does good and we, you know, learn how to better deal with the world via science. That's just like kind of empirically true and doesn't really require faith to do anything for people, if that makes sense. Whereas like faith is like something that's like, you know, you might not see like concrete proof for it, but you still like have a deep held belief about it anyways, if that makes sense. With being covered in tattoos based on the sun and having a powerful philosophical connection to the stars and the cosmos, help battle a vampire in hand-to-hand combat. Well, by the sounds of it, yes, because it sounds like that's a very faith-based, like, spiritual thing. So, like, that definitely, yeah, that could help.
Provide a walkway between wharfs and boats. Paper Mario dissolves into a boat, but that doesn't count as a walkway, and there is not a single life ring at the Donkey Kong residence. I don't care how good you are at surfing, Funky Kong. Underground construction. If you're working underground, you're required to have a 5-person rescue team on call, and although Super Smash Bros. Ultimate does allow up to 8 players, none of them will save you. Working on or near exposed energized parts. Does a Pokemon count as an energized circuit?
Yeah,
According
like
to
I
Ocean,
said, if it's a
yes.
genuinely like firmly held belief, then
1926.1052,
yes, that is
it's all about
entirely
stairways.
possible.
If you have a stairway that rises more than 40 inches, you need to have a handrail. I imagine.
Hello, Grace. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. We're just sitting around watching Brian David Gilbert talking about vampires and working on my fic every now and then.
Mario is about 40 inches tall, and this is at least 4 or 5 times his height. Violation, 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 violation. Confined spaces. These are places where you are building where it's hard to get in and out of. You need to specify the acceptable entry conditions. There are no acceptable entry conditions into a space with a pit full of acid. Disposal of waste materials. If you are dropping waste materials more than 25 feet, you need to be putting it in a chute. Clock tower. It is all debris that is falling infinitely, and it should be in a chute. 850 is about preparing the demolition building. You're supposed to remove any glass that could break. And in Dracula's castle, Death flies through the window and breaks the glass. I couldn't give a shit about Death. You should have removed that stained glass first. 853, you can't have an aggregate of more than 25%
nice. Thanks for
of
stopping by. I hope lab work goes well.
He destroys half of the stage. The manual removal of floors. You can destroy a lot of things in Shadow Moses Island, but you shouldn't be standing under them. Tower cranes. There is only one stage that violates this. It's literally the only stage with a tower crane, and you fucked it up. Explosives should be stored in a magazine when they're not in use. And in Wrecking Crew, they're just available for you to punch until they explode. Firing the blast. You shouldn't be in the proximity of the blast, nor should you be in the barrel that is causing the blast and shooting you off into space. 1926.53 and 54 are about different types of radiation. Ionizing, which is nuclear, and non-ionizing, which is like lasers. Final Destination is just flying around through random parts of space. There's no protection. You should be less worried about getting punched into oblivion and more worried about the cancers. In Gamer, your mom fires lasers at you when she sees you gaming. I'm not here to discuss her qualifications, but you are not allowed to fire those lasers at employees. Just let me game, Mom. Ladders. Suzaku Castle, You thought you could get away with that shitty-ass ladder? Those ladder rungs need to be uniform. They need to be evenly spaced. They need to not be broken. I know that ladder is there for aesthetic purposes, but that is a violation, Suzaku Castle! You cannot hide your ladders from me! That leaves us with one stage, the one that has violated the most regulations. But I want to point out Boxing Ring, the only stage that is OSHA compliant. It's almost as if it was built to allow people to fight in it safely. Sakurai, I know you worked so hard on this game, and I appreciate it so much.
Would gold be a strong material against vampires due to its cultural connections to the sun? I would say depending on the time period, because, and like cultural context, because like, I think your average everyday person, like, let's say like from modern day United States, wouldn't necessarily like make that connection between, gold and sunlight, and gold being related to like sun worship, so it wouldn't really work for them. But in different time periods and different cultures where gold was a symbol of that, then yeah, totally, that could absolutely work. But like I said, it depends on the context. Just because it was something that once had a connection to like a faith system of some kind, doesn't mean that that belief is going to like continue to be held like consistently throughout time.
75 meters.
Okay. I have my own stupid rule about garlic. So, garlic itself like doesn't like necessarily like hurt or kill vampires, but the reason that vampires tend to have an aversion to garlic is because it smells so strongly, and because vampires have enhanced senses of all kinds, like garlic especially, because also garlic is associated with like, nowadays it's associated with, oh, vampires are repelled by garlic, but the reason that vampires were originally like repelled by it is because like people believe that garlic had like a sort of like cleansing, like puring or like purifying property to it. So like it's not like, garlic used to be much stronger. It's still pretty strong, but like if vampire can like clip their nose shut with a clothespin, they can usually handle it.
I'm not 100% sure if this had so many violations just because it is a construction site, so it was easier for me to find all of the flaws with it. Obviously, Brinstar is probably more dangerous, but I don't know how to categorize Mother Brain. The thing that pushed it over the edge was material.
I don't know if they like, I don't know if they would be weak in Japan as a whole, because the whole like land of the rising sun is more of like a cultural symbolism versus like, you know, literally something being worshipped widespread by people there nowadays. But like, again, in places where like that is like a long held belief, and places where, you know, they still do worship like deities and stuff that, you know, have to deal with the sun, then they would be weak to that. But just because it's like, that's like their kind of symbol, like country symbol, it's like that, you know, that doesn't really make it an object of faith per se. I can eat that weak-ass white garlic they sell in groceries in the US, but other varieties can be strong. Exactly. But frying any garlic makes it super
Material
tasty,
hoists,
yeah.
personnel hoists, and elevators. They need to be enclosed at all times. People can just jump on and off of these material hoists over there. That's so irresponsible. There's fire. There are jacks that get thrown across the stage. There is a large ape.
It's
Again,
like,
I could not categorize that, but I know he shouldn't have been there.
like,
75 meters
the
is
reason that vampires aren't like extremely weak all of the time in any part of Japan is the same reason that vampires aren't like actually hindered by being present in Los Angeles. Because like it's not really, again, a symbol of faith. It's like a cultural motif, and doesn't necessarily have to do with any kind of like practice of like worship. But as I said, you know, in places where it is,
OSHA
that
violating
it would.
stage in Smash Brothers. And if you have to get rid of one of them, that's the one you should get rid of first, and then you should get rid of the rest of them too, because again, OSHA does not stop after one stage. Let's remember back to the beginning of this video when I talked about violation penalties. I mentioned that every serious violation of OSHA is $12,934 in fines. I forgot to mention that every repeated or willful violation is $129,336 per violation. I am going to pretend that I found all of these violations on the same day, and that they didn't have a chance to fix them all, so therefore they are not repeated. But that's still 1,317 violations, or $17,034,078 in fines. Which is why I am sending you this video, Masahiro Sakurai. Surely you can't afford $17 million in fines. I'm willing to let bygones be bygones. OSHA doesn't need to hear about all this evidence I've compiled. All you must do is send me $50 US. I'm in a real tough situation right now, and I just need to get through the month. Please. Also, you could send me Kirby's phone number. I know he is real. Where are you hiding him? And I have yet to see a Super Smash Bros. Stage that includes a toilet. And I need to see where Donkey Kong pees. And I need to know where Donkey Kong pees. God, I was so close. And I need to know where Donkey Kong pees. Castlevania! One of my favorite game series of all time. The myriad
What do you
enemies
know?
you face in
Castlevania.
Dracula's
Speak of the
abode
devil.
are made even better, knowing that they come from real mythology.
Could a human burn a vampire's skin with sufficient faith in their connection to the sun and belief in their own tenacity? Yes, like I said, if it is like a sincerely held like spiritual belief, even if it's only held by one person, it will like have an effect. It's just that effect is intensified by like how many people believe in that thing. So, like, you might not necessarily, like, be able to, like, set a vampire on fire purely by grabbing them and having, like, faith in the sun. But, you could, like, pop, like, you know, if, like, your, like, faith is true and it's very strong, you could possibly, like, make their skin blister, let's say.
In folklore. Wouldn't it be nice if there was one place you could find the full bestiary of every monster in Castlevania? I think that would be nice. Or at least I thought it would be nice. Oh, I swear to God, the first time I started filming this video, I thought it would be an easy change of pace. I mean, how many unique enemies could there really be in Castlevania? 100? 200? How about more than 600? So I booked 3 hours in this studio to film, and then we ran out of time about halfway through, so I went out to grab some lunch, but it started to rain, so I ate a chicken sandwich, drenched. That has nothing to do with the video, I just wanted you to know my pain. So I had to start filming all over
Imagine
again,
him
this
pulling
time
out burning
after
hands of light
hours in a
in a moment
random
when the
meeting
vampire's
room in
just
our
about to
office
land a killing
building.
blow.
And when I
Yeah.
finished that, I had 3.5 hours of footage that
Yeah,
I was
that's
able to
entirely
whittle down
possible.
into an hour-long video that was very educational and extremely entertaining. Just kidding, it was boring as hell. But just when all hope seemed lost, I had an epiphany.
I am going to throw myself into the sea.
Luckily, before I could do that, my coworker stopped me and convinced me that trying to categorize all 600 Castlevania monsters was a bad idea, and instead, I could just pick the hot one. Ask yourself, why are vampires always the hot monster? Isn't it someone else's turn? I'm here to answer that question now that I'm filming this video for the 3rd time. Be thankful that I'm not releasing an hour-long video of me basically just lecturing you on mythology. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll release that video some other time. That was a joke! I'm not gonna do that! You're gonna have to trust me, it was a really bad video. So let's find Castlevania's most eligible bachelor! Let's cull down that list of over 600 enemies. We're gonna start by smushing all of the ones with common mythologies into just one enemy. So that way we don't have to deal with the 96 different skeletons. We're also gonna cut out all of the evil human beings, and that includes the Belmonts that you fight as enemies, and also all of the vampires. We all know that Dracula is hot. We all know that Richter Belmont is hot. I'm also gonna go ahead and cut all of the enemies from Boku Dracula-kun, which was just a spin-off series, and Getsu Fumaden enemies, which only appeared in one stage in Castlevania Harmony of Despair. And now it's time to cut out the animals, mythical or otherwise. Look, if they're anthropomorphized, sure, but for things like Owl, that's not a monster, that's a bird. What about ephemera like will-o'-the-wisps, or inanimate objects made animate, kind of like golems or marionettes? I went back and forth on whether or not to include these, and then I realized they creep me out, so I cut them. Now I'm gonna cut out all of the gods and the god servants and the embodiments of things like chaos and evil, because those are inherently unique. I'm gonna cull this list a little bit more, because let's be honest, vampires aren't the only monsters that have had a taste of that sexy limelight. Witches and warlocks, zombie, orc, tree ants, werewolf, merman, gargoyle, gremlin, ghosts, Medusa, cyclops, yeti, fox archer, ogres, stained glass knight from Young Sherlock Holmes, where he appeared as the first photorealistic CGI in any movie back in 1985. And finally, mummies, Brendan Fraser. Wasn't the mummy in the film, but he's sexy enough that just by association. But we've culled it down to the perfect number to figure out our sexy monster. That's right, we got 69 left. Can I get a whoop? Woo! We'll work on it, Clayton. Criteria for what makes a sexy monster. Number 1, is it replicable? I've already explained this, it can't be a unique monster. Anything unique can be sexy. Look at Benedict Cumberbatch. Number 2, is it dateable? Can you have a conversation with this monster? Can you bring it to Applebee's? And number 3, can this monster get it? We're gonna start with the viable ones that probably aren't the best sex icons, like Mimic, which is kind of a veiny blob. The two-headed creature, part cyclops, part werewolf, all bad. Wight, W-I-G-H-T, comes from the Old English term meaning human being. It's like just a blue.
But some humans build techniques and philosophies based around using a concept or belief to fight the vampires. Yeah, I would say that's entirely possible. I just don't think it would be extremely widespread. But as kind of a niche, like, religion or set of beliefs, like, yeah, I think that could absolutely exist. Maybe a whole church of vampire slayers with their own warrior god or something. Yeah, like I said, that's entirely possible.
Necromancers, I don't know, they're into weird shit. Spriggans come from Cornish fairy lore, and they are described as old wizened men with huge childlike heads, which someone's into, I'm sure. Nominon is a beast that, like, sucks the dreams out of your brains, and that's not a very supportive partner. Punaguchi is just a large protruding mouth. I don't want to know what that mouth do. The man-eating plant, the wak-wak tree, and the human face tree are all plants, so
I don't want to know what that mouth do.
It's just a plant. The rug creature, you never actually see what it is, it's just always under the rug, which means it's probably just like a cat. Heart Eater, if you're into bad boys. Castlevania has some of the best design in any pixel art game, except for the Tower's Guardian. I don't know what the hell this is. A ghoul isn't necessarily a zombie, it is something that eats corpses, which is just gross. This one's for the sapiosexuals out there. The brain float. Alaster, you should be wary of anyone who builds their personality around swords. Elementals are just embodiments of fire and frost, just hard to cuddle with. The Legend of Zelda, it's just a person with scythes. They are also known by the name the Night Stalker, which is a big red flag. The Kioma demon hangs out in mirrors and jumps out and scares you, and I don't need any more reason to be afraid of looking at myself in the mirror. Man-Beast comes in 2 forms, Twink and Twunk. They say that eye contact is important. But maybe not this much. I do think we need a sexy skeleton, and the epitome of skeleton in this game is Yorick. Yorick comes from Hamlet, the famous soliloquy, "Alas, poor Yorick." In the Japanese version, he isn't called Yorick, he's called Soccer Boy. The imp is a mischievous sprite, and I was a bit worried about size differentials, but then I remembered Bee Movie, where a human woman falls in love with a bee. Jerry Seinfeld taught me that through love, all things are possible. Trolls. It's time for someone to give them the love they deserve. The next monster is Evil Force, and I want you to just go ahead and wipe away all preconceived notions. Obviously, the name makes it sound bad. It also is terrible. Edimu are Mesopotamian demons that come back from the dead when they weren't buried correctly, which seems like super high maintenance. The Slaughterer apparently skips leg day. The Arthroverta, just a human face plastered on top of like an arthropod. I don't know, maybe. Chan Chan, or the Bitterfly, comes from Chile. It's about Mapuche wizards that turn into this thing, kind of like vampires turning into bats. It's a neat talent. The Killer Mantle comes from an urban legend in Japan about
Other
Akamanto,
governments and
which is a
corporations
spirit
secretly
that
controlled
lives
by
in
vampires.
toilets.
I would
and then
say
asks you if you want
corporations
red or blue
absolutely,
toilet paper.
governments
Red,
maybe
they'll stab
not
you in the
so
back a bunch.
much.
And blue, they'll strangle you till you turn blue. I'm just not into toilet stuff. I mean, most of these monsters are pretty okay. They're not the. They're
Is
like they're not
Amazon
the-
controlled by vampires? I
love
mean,
you and your false
potentially.
sense of security. It's time for a mini game I like to call "If I Were a Castlevania Game."
Like, I would say, like, back in, ye olden times, it was much more common for vampires to have, like, full control over, like, certain, like, territories or governments. But with modernity, it is, much, much, much less common.
We're gonna start with the monsters that are supposed to be sexy. So it feels kind of
You do
unfair to use
occasionally
them as
find,
sexy
like,
monsters
towns or villages or even, like, smaller cities that are run by vampires, but almost never something as substantial as a government,
ripped and muscular.
like a state or country
Jersey
government.
Devil depiction looks just kind of like a horse with wings. The actual Jersey Devil comes from an idea of a woman who cursed her 13th child, being like, "Oh God, I gotta have another baby," and then it came out, and then it grew like a goat's face and wings. And I just think we need to start thinking of New Jersey in general as sexier. And this might be the way to do that. The Minotaur, you gotta work through that labyrinth. But once
I would say an organization, probably, maybe not one individual character. But I would say it was something that cropped up, like, it might not even necessarily be a single organization, but multiple ones, that crop up, like, you know, when people are fucking tired of being bullied and, turned into food by their overlords.
Lizard Man, if you don't know why I'm putting this here, you gotta go watch my Skyrim video. Banshee comes from Irish folklore and will foretell the death of someone you know. It's a bit spooky. It's also super emotionally available. You won't have to worry about what the Banshee is thinking. They will tell you when they're upset, and also when your parents are gonna die. Slogra doesn't have a folklore or mythology associated with it. I got nothing for you. If you're not attracted to this, you're wrong. Because the Raikuda only exists in Castlevania, it means that there's very specific artwork that you can find of it. It's very modern.
Yeah, I mean, again, I think that's entirely possible. There's definitely been vampires who ascribe to a similar idea of, like, not thinking that, if not necessarily going so far as to thinking that vampires shouldn't exist, but that they, like, shouldn't be controlling people the way they do. Yeah, absolutely.
Face, right? I could talk to that thing for hours. There are so many armors in Castlevania, no one can turn down a man in uniform, or a poltergeist in uniform, or literally just an enchanted uniform. Oh, mother of pearl, I forgot about goblins. Everyone forgets about goblins, though, so I'll put them over here. I also forgot about Siren. That's another thing that's sexy and draws people in. How did I skip so many of these? The Guillotiner. It doesn't look like much, could be a problem, but it's time for us to bring it back. Slime. There are already things online. The Tsuchinoko is a Japanese cryptid that is a snake that is fatter in its middle than on its head or its tail.
I love the Tsuchinoko. Tsuchinoko's gotta be one of my favorite yokai, if not my favorite yokai.
It has a propensity for lying and for drinking alcohol. Patrick thinks it shouldn't be this high on the list, but fuck Patrick. We're at the top 5, but before we get there, I have a confession to make. I've kept 6 monsters that don't even fit my criteria, but I love them so much that I think they deserve a chance. First up is a unique character. It's Nurgle Mislamsty. The reason I think he deserves a chance is because someone named him Nurgle Mislamsty. Of course he's gonna be fucking evil. If you name your child's... What's up with people in Castlevania naming their children dumb shit? Seriously, Alucard? Dracula, you can't just name your child your name backwards. I'm not gonna name my son Nairb. Scary candle. It's an inanimate object that is made animate, but I fucking love candles. Next two, I think are pretty self-explanatory. Bone pillar. And if that doesn't make you happy, how about the bone dragon? This next one is a ghost, and I've already explained why that one shouldn't be included in this, but I had to because the ghost's name is Duke Morale.
Outline notes from the beginning. I would say we have about 850 words so far.
Finally, I know I nixed all animals, but I really do think we should include hyena with gun. That hyena can get it. We're at the top 5. The Malabranca come from Dante's Divine Comedy. They're all unique demons that are used to help keep corrupt politicians under boiling pits of tar in hell. They all have great names like Cognazzo and Scarmiglione, which was translated into the English version as Skull Million, which is just a SoundCloud rapper. They're already mischievous.
Skull
and
Million
they hate
is
corrupt
definitely
politicians. We can get
definitely a
behind that.
SoundCloud rapper.
The Myconid is a sentient race of mushroom people. We have anthropomorphized Animalia. Why not anthropomorphized fungi? When I was a kid, my mom thought that I had a nutritional deficit because I kept wanting to eat mushrooms so much. Like that, I ate only mushrooms for like a whole week. That has nothing to do with this.
Oh, welcome in,
I know I
Fang.
took out
Just
all
wanted to
of
say
the
I'm here.
werewolf
Just got you playing
creatures,
while I play my
but
game.
this one isn't
And listen to
that.
all the.
This is the
Oh,
Princess of
thank you so
Moss.
much.
The human version is based off
We actually,
of,
I think I'm going to put a cap on
let them eat cake.
what I'm writing
Mary
tonight.
I think we should
Because
have
I think,
more
you know,
moth
roughly
creatures
850
in our
words.
Movies, right?
Actually,
they're
it's more
already
like-
drawn towards the limelight. It's an Ukoback. Why is this the
Oh,
second
shit, it's
sexiest
more
monster
like,
from Castlevania? I'll tell you why. He
890
carries around
words.
a hot thing of coals in a spoon and is also responsible not only for fried foods, but fireworks. Hell yes!
Thank God for meal
What a
prep,
cool dude.
being able
I think
to
Ugobacks could be
occupy
real
such a huge
sexy,
chunk
right?
of what I'm
is
writing.
more sexy than feeding someone with a lovely fried dish? And finally, the thing that I think should be the new sexy monster, the Mandrake, or the Allura Une. Basically, any sort of plant person.
Tragic
Allura
vampire
Une
looking to
actually
liberate
comes
humans who
from a
plans to see the
1911
sunrise for
book
the first time in
called
centuries when she's
Alraune.
completed her
It's
quest.
a German story. I just
like
think
that.
this kind of gives you a blank slate on something. Sure, this thing is born from the ground where hanged men bleed, which is spooky and scary, but it's not their fault, right? You know, they didn't choose to be born. Who does choose to be born, right? Who chooses? The metaphors of how our family raises us, you know? The Mandrake is a perfect idea of something that can become greater than its original circumstances. So there you go. The full bestiary of the sexy monsters. Again, couldn't give you the full bestiary because that took me way too long. And if you'll excuse me, I'm going to go throw myself into the ocean now.
I love how he really follows through with the bit and throws himself into the ocean.
I can't do that. I knew it was gonna be cold, but I didn't think it was gonna be that cold.
Make sure to like this video and subscribe to Polygon if you want to see more Unraveled.
I
And
find
go
that
ahead and leave a
interesting
comment of your
because,
new
she never completes her quest because she can't manage to kill every single vampire in existence, so she continues her quest longing for the sun. I feel like that is kind of a selfish quest, if I'm being honest, because the assumption that, like, she is the only vampire who doesn't, like, you know, want to subjugate humans, that would like to live in harmony with humans, is very wrong. Like, I'm sure there's plenty of vampires out there who would want to do that, they just don't want to necessarily kill themselves, because it's like, well, what did I do to deserve to be murdered? Like, I've never killed a person in my whole life. Like,
Castlevania title. Maybe that'll convince them to make
and
a new
maybe
game.
somewhere
The
along
Mega
down the line
Man
she
robot
realizes that
masters
her
were
quest is a
not
little
always
selfish,
evil. In fact, most were mechanized workers,
or at
created
least like
specifically to make
self-centered
life
in
on
the
Earth
literal
more
definition of the
efficient
word.
and wonderful. And then that massive donger, Dr. Wily, turned them on us. So Mega Man destroyed them,
and the world was saved. But just how useful were these robots? And were they useful enough to chance a robot uprising? What if someone ranked every single Mega Man robot?
Oh yeah, like I
master
definitely
from
think it's an
most
interesting
to
character
least useful,
concept.
to see which ones were really worth the risk. Someone should try to do that. It's me. I'm the one who's gonna do that. Before I get started on the gradients of worth it to not worth it, I'm gonna talk about the protagonists, or the good guys, even though some of them aren't specifically good. A lot of these robots were built to be sentient for the sake of being sentient. And
Yeah,
do
I mean,
not
that
feel
seems
at
like the
all
most
qualified
likely
to discuss the
outcome. I mean,
philosophical
either
implications of that.
betrayed
So
by
I'm gonna put 'em over
her
here. Mega
like
Man,
compatriots for some
Mega Man
reason,
X,
or killed by another vampire.
Mega Man Red.
I would say are
They're all
the
over
most
here. I'm
likely
not gonna touch that. So what
ends to
kind of
her
robots
life.
are good when they're sentient? I think that it's things humans cannot do. Things that perhaps only a robot could do. One that can think for itself would be pretty worthwhile. So let's start with those ones. The ones that are good. Number 1, Chillman. Chillman is a recent robot master who is built to help stop global warming, and heaven knows we need that. Definitely worthwhile. Next is another cold friend, Freezeman. Freezeman was built to make a non-polluting energy. He would make that energy by splitting average temperatures into hot temperatures and cold temperatures. I'm choosing to think of that as something like nuclear fission, as opposed to choosing to think of it as dumb. Commando Man. Terrible name, but he was actually a minesweeping robot. One of the first gens, Elec Man. He controlled nuclear power plants. He could help make sure the nuclear power plant was shut down in case anything bad ever happened to one.
Like, full disclosure, I will say that Nadine did have a murdery streak for a while, but it was basically this, like, fucked up quest for vigilante justice, because she came from a very small town where everyone knew everyone, and if you knew the right people, you would never get in trouble for anything you did, no matter how heinous. So she was, like, basically, like, killing select targets and then bringing all of their horrific crimes to light. But the way that she was doing it, she eventually realizes is very fucked up, because she was, like, unnecessarily traumatizing not just, like, family and people who knew them who weren't aware of what was going on, but the community at large, because, like, you know, she felt very vindicated, like killing somebody and, like, stringing him up in front of his house with his, like, laptop underneath him with all of his horrible, like, illegal materials on display on the laptop. But she's like, you know, eventually she realizes, like, hey, I think actually maybe I might be the bad guy here. So she corrects course. That's, like, right after she got turned, so I would say, like, in the, well, not right after, as in, like, literally, like, within a year, so, but I would say, like, early 90s is probably, like, when she was doing that kind of thing. And it did not take her long to kind of figure out, like, I don't think this is the best way of going about things. What if there's a vampire who outlives the sun but never honestly planned to make it that far? Ooh, that's a good question. It also raises the question as to whether other suns can be potent against vampires, or is it just our own sun? I bet the Mesopotamian vampire enjoyed either watching from afar or egging her on. Yeah. And then they were like, ugh, what a fucking drag, when Nadine was like, actually, I think I'm gonna try, like, you know, maybe I will help achieve justice in places where I see it not happening, but I'm gonna be a lot fucking quieter about it and not as flashy. So, you know, I'm not risking my neck unnecessarily, nor causing any undue trauma unnecessarily.
Hopefully it won't. Starman. He was built to explore the universe. Humans are real squishy, really, when you think about it. It might be nice to have a man going out into the stars, a starman. Also, in his flavor text, he's apparently a romantic and, like, loves poetry, and That's what we need out in the stars. While he's up there, Galaxy Man is helping figure out the trajectories. Splash Woman, she's super useful because she goes and helps shipwrecked sailors or just people lost at sea. I feel like she'd do a better job than, I don't know, the Coast Guard or whatever. Not that I'm shitting on the Coast Guard. They do go. I'm digging myself in a hole. Wait, where'd Toadman go? Where's my guy Toadman? Toadman. He irrigates crops during drought. Very useful. Why'd they make him a toad? Iceman. I swear, we have a lot of cold people up here at the front. He's built specifically to do human-like tasks in cold weather. So, he's good. More cold friends. Blizzard Man. There to help monitor the weather in Arctic environments. Looks and names can be deceiving, and Junkman is super important. Junkman was built so he could find usable robot parts that have been left out. Think about how much electronic waste we make. It would be great if something could go dig through all of our trash and find the usable circuit boards. That's important. Hornet Man. We've done some shit to bees, y'all. He pollinates the flowers. Would be very useful if we continue to keep doing shit to bees. And finally, we've got Cloud Man and Tornado Man. They both are actually useful for controlling the weather when things are bad. I'm gonna put Cloud Man in front of Tornado Man because Tornado Man was built to stop tropical storms, which is not what a tornado is. He needs a different name. There we go. These ones I would say are worth the risk. We still have like 180 more to go. We got a bunch of construction robots next. We'll start with everyone's favorite, Guts Man. Imagine there's a line right here. Maybe I'll put it in After Effects. That might be too much work. I'm probably not gonna do that. Good ones. Now we're into Construction Zone. Guts Man comes first because he's a civil engineer. He's not only strong and can lift big rocks, but he can build bridges probably. We've got Aquaman and Pump Man. Both of them are used for water filtration. I'm gonna put Aquaman in front of Pump Man because Pump Man's flavor text explains that sometimes he'll
Mesopotamian vampire gets angry at and attacks Nadine, but the vampire hunting vampire intervenes, trying to kill both of them and gives Nadine an opportunity to escape. I'm gonna be honest, and I say this with all the love in my heart available for Nadine. Like, I love her very much, but I don't imagine she becomes important enough for the Mesopotamian vampire to take notice because her usual stomping grounds are like very small towns in rural America. So like she doesn't like really stir up too much. And she's also definitely not the only vampire who like kind of approaches their unlife in that way. Like sure, there's like still plenty of vampires out there who are like only give a shit about themselves and don't really care if they have to step on other people to get the things that they want. But there's, you know, there's also plenty of vampires who are like, hey, like I have this really unfortunate thing happen to me and I don't want to die, but I also don't want to like cause trouble for the people around me, like not just my loved ones, but for people in general. Oh no, you're fine. Like, I find it very interesting to explore these questions. It's just that some of them sometimes have boring answers because, like, the individual character stories are not scaled to such a wide, like, sort of, I guess, arena.
Volunteer to
There's
wash
probably
off
a better
graffiti,
word for
and
it,
no
but
one likes a narc. Bomb Man, bombs. Ground Man, excavation. Block Man, makes blocks. Concrete Man, concrete. Needleman, needles. I guess it's drilling. Drill Man, also drilling. Bitman from the DOS game. He is also a driller. You think that after the first two went bad, they would have stopped making drill robots, right? Oil Man, DOS. He does oil things. Hard Man. Doesn't actually
okay,
have
but
a-
now that you've mentioned it, I love the idea of the Mesopotamian vampire just like kind of traveling the world in a low-key way, and just, you know, making their stops in different areas, and they just so happen to like stop in like the town that Nadine currently resides in, and like as they're staying at the motel or whatever, like somebody knocks at their door and it's Nadine. And even though Nadine is significantly younger than them and ergo probably less powerful, she's like, hey, like, just so you know, I know what's up, you know what's up, you know, it's all good. I just ask that you, like, kind of try not to blow up my spot, because, you know, I really try not to start any trouble here. And as long as you don't try to start any trouble, I think we'll be square. And the Mesopotamian vampire is just so taken aback that, like, somebody would be like, hey, like, rather than groveling to you, I'm going to try to make a deal with you. That they're like, you know what, bet, all right, I won't fuck anything up while I'm here. And then they don't.
Flavor text explanation for what he is, other than that he's very heavy. So I am assuming he's for ground level.
Oh, I would say quite a few, especially if people were turned unintentionally, which was the case with Nadine. But luckily for her, well, luckily in air quotes, she didn't immediately return home after it happened. Like, she knew that there was something up, and, like, she could feel that, like, she was not totally in control of herself. So she kind of, like, forces herself to be a hermit for a couple of years and just wander around, like, you know, gigantic, like, forests across the country. There's this white supremacist group I'm farming for food, so please don't fuck that up for me. Oh, yeah, and I mean, if Nadine made more vampire friends, she'd be like, hey, do you guys want to come have a potluck at the local clan meeting?
But maybe he's just big. Impact man, piling. Cut man, tree cutting. Torch man, DOS. Welding. Fuse man, electrical equipment management. Oil man, keeping things oiled. Spark man, making sparks. I think he actually charges things. Fireman, he was made to incinerate trash. Bondman, he was supposed to be in the first game until they realized he was just glue. Stone man, I assume bricks, but actually they only say that he hangs out with Guts man, so maybe he's just moral support. Flame man, he generates thermal power, but also he's powered by thermal power, which seems recursive and also impossible. Jewel man, he not only mines the jewels, but he polishes them. Finally, in the construction, it's Slash Man. He was specifically made to cut down trees so that you could build secret bases. I don't know why they insisted on saying it was for secret bases. That seems like a waste of a robot. To be perfectly honest, I don't think we needed to make these ones sentient, because, you know what, Hardman? I think steamrollers were doing just fine. Now we're getting into a category that I like to call, sure? They're not necessarily bad. I just think we could probably do without Windman, who apparently helps with the harvest with fans. Astro Man, who just works in a planetarium. Gravity Man, he can control gravity, which could be useful. Dive Man, he was built to catch fish with torpedoes. They made him look like a submarine, and they gave him torpedoes. Feel like they should have seen this coming. Solar Man. Now he investigates solar things, I guess. He also apparently developed an exercise routine. I don't know why they needed to put that in the flavor text, but it definitely put him in the sure category. Top Man. I'll give you a guess about what he does. Did you guess explore other planets? Because yeah, that's what he was designed for. Why the fuck is he a top?
Ooh,
God, these are all so good.
If we're conceptualizing a version of the Mesopotamian vampire that like maybe isn't necessarily like evil or self-serving, like still very messy and can be evil and self-serving at times. I like the idea of first of all, you know, honoring Nadine's request, because she did ask very nicely, and then while they were staying in town, like, Nadine was very cordial and polite to them, and like in a not like, it's clear that Nadine had no fucking clue who they were, so it was like a very genuine like kindness and politeness that like as they are like getting ready to leave, they like prick their finger and like smudge some of their blood like underneath or like, you know, at the like base trim of the wall or something like that as they're leaving, and just that tiny amount of blood like fucking like sets off every freaked out like or freaking out nerve in like vampires who are trying to come into town to maybe fuck some shit up. Like, they come in, they get a whiff of that, they're like, oh, fuck, nope, I do not want to fuck with this place, nope, absolutely not. And Nadine has no idea what's going on, but she's like, she's like, why do I still smell them? And she's like, oh, well, it's probably not a big deal. They must have, like, accidentally cut themselves or something while they were here.
We're getting into the
Also,
categories
hello,
where I can't
Corvidae,
stop
welcome in. We've wrapped up writing for the
Snake
night,
Man.
and, we're just watching some Brian David Gilbert while I eat my dinner, and then we're going to play a little bit of Blasphemous. I don't know how long we're going to play Blasphemous, because I do also want to play some Yakuza tonight, but we are going to be playing some Blasphemous.
Manages plants. Pharaoh Man. Only supposed to explore ruins. Blast!
Yes, they just like being spoken to like a normal person by someone they weren't about to eat. Yeah, I'd imagine that's a very refreshing,
I love Nitro Man.
a refreshing
I'm gonna be honest, I do feel kinda
interaction
bad
for
putting him
them.
into the sure category, because Nitro Man was built specifically to do motorcycle stunts in movies. The thing I really love about Nitro Man is that he's the president of a stunt robot club, which I think is just wonderful. He's still not useful. Here's where things get a little bit difficult for me. Burst Man was built to be a guard. I'm not sure about robot highly armed guards, but since he was specifically a guard, keep saying specifically, I figured like that's still defensive, and so I'll put him here. But it's a good segue. In the Mega Man games, not every robot was made
you're
by
brave.
Dr. Wily
I
or
like
Dr.
you.
Light, and in fact, there were some
Part?
robots that were made by other robots, or were made extraterrestrially, or were made specifically as a joke, like I can't find my keys, man. I'm gonna put them kind of as the split in the middle to say, hey, these are nebulous.
It's like, do you have
but
any
they're
idea
definitely
who
not
I
good.
am?
Now that
And
we've got
Nadine
this
like
hard line of
looks
good
at
to
him
bad,
for
even though,
a
to be
long,
honest,
hard
I think
minute.
the line should be here.
And like
It's time for us to
suddenly
talk
like
about
her face
bad
lights up with
robots.
realization. She's like, oh
We
shit,
did.
were you one of them
Some of
extras in
these
the
robots
9 to 5 music video for
We're
Dolly
built
Parton?
specifically
They're
to
just like,
murder. We can all agree that that is
Yeah,
bad. I'm gonna put
sure,
all of these
you
murder
got me.
robots over on the very bad side. We also have a bunch of characters that are Sonic robots. That is an affront to nature. They're in the bad side too. I also didn't even print out all of the net navis from Mega Man Battle Network, even though I love those games, because those were software built with the specific intention of being mean online. And that's just Twitter. I do just want to point out Aircon Man, who was a robot
Nadine
sent
is a
from the
beautiful
future
soul.
to destroy the
Thank
world.
you.
And
I'm
he's also
so
an air
glad you
conditioning
agree.
unit. Now, let's get into the fun part. These robots have
She like
absolutely
when I
no
say that
reason
she's
to
an
be sent.
undying party
Chemistry
girl,
Man,
I really
he's
mean
from the
that.
new
Like,
cartoon. He
you know,
apparently taught
her being
chemistry
turned
classes
into
that
a
were so
vampire
boring,
was not
put
under the
kids
greatest
to sleep, and then he
circumstances.
took it
And yeah,
really
she's had some
personally
rough
and decided
times,
to
but
become
like
evil. Sheep Man,
it's
he's a
better
shepherd,
than being
actually.
dead,
Hunter
and
Man,
also
built
like
to
she
do
still
similar
has the
things to all
opportunity
of
to
the
tap
high
out
echelon
if it
frozen
gets to be a
people,
little too
but
much, if you know what I
including him
mean.
over here
So
because
for
he
the
got really
time
bored of
being,
his
like,
job and then
she
decided to become an ice skater.
she wants to
This is why you
live
don't
her
make sentient
life
robots,
to
I
the
guess.
fullest
Hypno Woman,
without,
she
you
was a
know,
therapist who hypnotized people
much
into bad
disturbing
things.
other
DJ
people as
Jazzy
much as she can manage, and like not, you know, fucking up other people's lives.
Is a boombox.
And believe it or not,
You
there's
are a
still
magnet.
plenty
Plug-in
of stuff for
charged
her to
electrical
do
things, like a plug
that
would
manages to
do.
fulfill those
Strike
parameters.
Man. Sounds cool, but he's just a baseball throwing machine. It's me, Spring Man, can jump. Bright Man, built to explore dark places. Kinda like a flashlight. Coleman's a refrigerator. Seriously, Sword Man. He was developed to hold a sword that Wily stole from a place. He's not a sentient murder robot, he's a sentient picture frame. Things that don't really need to be sentient? A vacuum. It's Dustman. Although, Dustman is quoted as saying, "Don't let me suck more than I can handle." So you know what? Actually, I take this back. He's more important than Chill Man. We've already done the worthwhile ones. We've talked about the construction ones. We've talked about the ones that are, okay, that's fine. We have all of the ones that are alien, and we've got the ones that really didn't need to be sentient. We are left with the dregs of robotic society. I call this category No. We'll start with Crystal Man. He was built to make crystals so that Dr. Wily could sell them for money. Turbo Man is a car, or rather he used to be a car, but then he was turned into Turbo Man, Charge Man. Is he a train? No, but he's meant to camouflage as one. I think Dr. Wily's just real into trains. You know what I think about when I think of Safety Operations Manager? A big man full of magma, built to make sure a plant kept safe, but also had a bunch of cauldrons full
Oh
of
yeah,
boiling magma.
absolutely. I would say there's
Time Man.
plenty of vampires who fit that
Machine.
bill. You know,
That
both
never goes
like
well.
young
Acid
and
Man
old.
was built to be a chemist. What's he
Um,
good for? Titrations?
The only issue is that those are the ones that tend to like kind of be rooted out first. And obviously, like if you know what you're doing, it's a lot easier to
That's a
avoid
chemist figure.
capture.
Centaur Man.
But
He
yeah,
was a
that's still
tour
very
guide.
much like a thing.
Just hire a 16-year-old.
Kind of bitches
they
who will
need the
absolutely
job.
just clear a whole
Sharkman
town out in a
does.
night for fun. Oh yeah,
Sharkman does
Yeah.
not
I would
need
say
it.
again that's one of those things that's like that was much more prevalent like kind of back in the day before we had like modern like communication systems and like
Magic
kind of
Man
the
was built to be a magician
interconnectivity
and, like, a traveling
that
circus
basically the
sort
whole
of show.
world
And
has
then
at this
He
point.
was not turned evil. He
I would
just
say that was
decided to
pretty
conscript
fucking
in
common,
King's
yeah.
army
Like an
because he
entire
wanted
like
to show
you
off.
know
Here's
um,
the big rule of thumb.
like someone showing up from like the
Magicians
capital
are
of like
always
some
Shade Man.
kingdom or province and
He looks like a vampire,
finding that a
doesn't he?
village has
'Cause he
been
was built to
absolutely
look like
like
one.
just
He
fucking
was
cleared
an
of people
animatronic
in
robot
a single
in
night.
a haunted house. Somebody thought we should make that creepy animatronic robot sentient. Whew, remember how Centaur
I'm
Man
not
was a tour
sure
guide?
how much it evolves with that kind of thing because, like, I imagine vampire powers to be like relatively timeless.
Well,
if
so
that
was
makes sense.
Dynamo Man, but they
Um,
also made him.
But like
constantly
one
shoot off
interesting
electricity.
modern development
That was a bad
that
tour guide.
I
When it got into,
think
like,
is
the late
fun
game stages,
with
they were just like,
vampires
"Oh,
is that
tour guide
vampires
sort
are
of
also
thing."
traditionally
Torchman was built
like
to teach kids
weak to
about
silver.
fire
It's
safety
just not as big of a thing because it's not
Just
as
kind of
widely
like if
associated
Smokey
with
the Bear
vampires
was
anymore. It's
constantly
almost
on fire.
exclusively
You thought
associated
Torchman
with
was bad?
werewolves.
Let
But
me tell you
silver
about
was meant to be
Burning Man,
potent
who was
against like
made,
basically
and
any
I
like
quote,
unholy
"to
quote
bring
unquote or
harm
undead
to
creature.
natural environments."
But the
Technically not
reason
murder.
that vampires couldn't
Definitely
see their
not. Remember how I said
reflections
that a lot of these guys were
in
tour
mirrors
guides? Well,
was
let me tell
because
you
starting out,
about Blade. Built to
most
show off
mirrors
an
were
old
backed
castle full
by
of
silver,
swords,
and therefore it
also
would not
was a
project an
sword.
image
Thank
of
you,
a
man.
vampire.
Makes
But
tofu.
they get around
Oh,
that
we're at the
nowadays
factory
with
here.
modern
We've
mirrors
made it,
because
and I'd
it's
say that these three
like basically a
really
paint
hammer
that
home the
like
point
doesn't have
that
like
we should not
it's
be
not
making
silver
sentient
anything.
robots.
It's
We've
just
got
like a
Pirate
paint
Man,
backing
not a
that
murder robot, but was
is on the
built
mirror so they can see their
do
reflection
pirate
in
things,
those
like
kinds of
steal
mirrors.
from other
But that's
ships.
why a silver
Doesn't
mirror
hell, though. The second to
is
last
a
robot is
hunting
not
weapon of choice for
actually
vampire
a terrible
hunters
robot idea,
is
but it
because
is a
like
testament
that can be a
just how
confirmation
trash
tool.
human beings are.
Like if they
Bounceman
can't see the
was built
vampire's
to be a
reflection in
crash
that
test
mirror,
dumb.
they
Some
know
asshole
like
thought,
that's not a human
"You know
being.
that thing that we throw against a wall many miles per hour?
Yeah,
every
absolutely. Oh my
single
god,
day,
absolutely. Like what the
multiple times
fuck?
a day? You know what would make that better? If it could feel pain. What? Luckily, Bounce Man bounced from that job and then became an exercise instructor. Humans are trash. Finally, we've come to number one. Clown Man. Who has ever watched
Clown Man.
and thought to themselves, boy,
Shit themselves and then be
I
like,
wish
ooh,
that
this
thing
could be
never
very
got
useful.
tired. Clown Man
Oh,
is
yeah.
terrible. And I'm not saying that clowns are terrible, okay?
Because
Clowns
like
serve
while
their
that is
purpose.
still
They're
a long
creepy,
held like
and sometimes
cultural
good, and
belief that vampires can't show
you
up
know
in
what? I do take
mirrors,
that back.
it's like
Clowns
one of
don't
those
serve a
things
purpose.
where
That's
like
all 200
you know
plus
people who are trying to
Robot
reassure themselves like,
Masters,
oh, I,
of
you know,
which
I'm
15
overthinking
are
this.
crimes,
This
okay?
person's normal, and then
Elon
like,
Musk,
you know, they
don't get
glance
any
out of like a
ideas.
hallway mirror
This is what
as
man
the
has
vampire walks by it, and they see their
see
reflection. It's like,
these
see,
men
I had nothing to worry about.
particularly Spring Man. Jumping
Jesus Christ, is that what my mustache has looked like for the past century? Oh god, I need to fake my own
like
death.
this video, and subscribe to Polygon, and maybe leave a comment about what I should take care of next. Because this was bad.
Alright, I think, yep, we have 2
Ah,
videos
the
left.
Elder
I don't know if we'll
Scrolls,
watch both
games
of them, but
chock full of lore. And Skyrim is no different. Hidden amongst the Draugr and dragons is a plethora of books full of very important and incredibly niche details. But with all the spell casting and shouting you must do as Dragonborn, who really has the time to read all those books? I do, apparently. I read every book in Skyrim in order to answer the eternal question, should you read every book in Skyrim? And I'm here to give you my top 5 recommendations of books, here in my Skyrim Book Report! Skyrim Book Report! How many books are there,
oh,
really, in Skyrim?
undoubtedly. Yeah, vampires definitely faked their own death and started a new life because they realized that they've like been wearing goofy fashion for the past 50 years, and they're like, there's no way I can recover from this. Goodbye, everyone.
Skyrim. After all, there are only 8 people credited as writers on Skyrim. Those 8 people are responsible for every quest, every voice acting line, every response you can give to an NPC. How much time do they have to write all those other books? A lot. Because they wrote this many books. This many books. Or at least they wrote most of them, because a few of them have been grandfathered in from other Elder Scrolls games. Before I get into the nitty-gritty, let me explain my process on how I did this Skyrim Book Report! I printed out every book in Skyrim.
See, Nadine has just been dressing almost the exact same way for the past, like, 30 some odd years. Like, it has very much been in her favor that 80s fashion in the past couple of years has become so prevalent again that, like, oh god, thank god. I don't look so damn out of place all the time.
And then I spent multiple 8-hour days reading every single book. I whittled it down to 338 books because I didn't include journals or diaries. Everyone knows that self-published doesn't count. In total, that's 571 pages, 5.5 point font, over 316,000 words. I had 2 reactions to this. My first reaction was, wow, this is an incredible amount of world building. To write 300,000 words that could essentially be skipped over while still having the full Skyrim experience, it's amazing. And it's a level of world building that could only exist in an interactive medium. And for that, I commend you, Bethesda.
Oh
My
no,
second
I'm
reaction to this is,
dying
what
of
the
a heart
Hey,
attack.
Todd?
Yeah, one of
What the
those.
fuck? In my Skyrim
And then they
book
just make a stupid
report,
noise
I
and
will
lie
be
still for a
discussing-
few weeks.
That's a smash cut. Hopefully, if I do my editing correctly. 338 books. Actually,
They find the
337,
carcass
I
of,
just
like, some
realized,
poor
over here,
hiker
Songs of Skyrim, I
or a
put both of
traveler or
them in there
something
because
that
there's a revised edition,
died
but
in a
it's just
in a
an
bear
edited
attack, and they're
section.
like, yes,
Obviously,
and like
I don't have
body's
time
like mostly
to
decomposed,
synopsize all of
so they
this.
just like
Believe me,
tear at
you
their
wouldn't
own
wanna watch that,
clothing,
even if I could. I've split them into
put
categories
their
to make this a little
own
bit easier.
torn, fucked
First
up clothing onto the
historical
corpse,
books.
and
These
then
book
pack
titles
up
you see
and
won't
head the
see
fuck
are
out.
all biographies
Problem
or histories.
solved.
What I categorized as histories was anything that had big historical dates in them, explanatory histories, or pretty much anything that was boring. History's so boring! J.R.R. Tolkien did the world a disservice by making every single fantasy writer think that they need to chronicle every goddamn minute of their world in order for it to be legitimate. I don't give 2 shits about a king who lost a war 700 years ago. Shoo! Get out of here! Some of these biographies are actually pretty interesting. But a lot of them are written like the Chronicles of Nchuleft. I didn't tab it out because it's a shitty story. It happened
God, I
in
remember the
Second
Chronicles of
Planting, PD
Nchuleft.
1220, that Lord Ichlandam, on a journey in the western
Whoa,
uplands,
guys, there's a
came to
body-
Nchuleft, and Protector
wait, never mind.
Ankard and
Sorry,
General
never mind,
Hoothunch
never
met
mind.
him there, and Dalen Zanchu also came to the meeting. They talked together long by themselves, but this only was known of their business, that they were to be friends of each other. They parted, and each went home to his own colony.
God, this is
Riveting!
insufferable.
Ugh, history's so boring. I'm done with this. Next category, instructional books. These are all field guides or basic recipes about how to make good armor or what flowers go in which potions. At best, they are in fiction instructional books. At worst, they are so obviously trying to get you to go do specific things, pulls you right out of the fiction. Come on, man. That's all I'm gonna say about that. Everyone's favorite, the academic books. Fun fact about academic books that I learned in college is that no one has ever enjoyed writing or reading an academic paper. Why'd you put it in a video game? Mythical stories. It's kind of weird to differentiate things between myth and history, especially in this world where you can talk to demons.
Did the himbo, bimbo, thembo vamps all get killed because of dumb shit like that? I mean, I would say that was definitely a contributing factor. Like, just having a brain fart and forgetting, like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be dead. I shouldn't be talking to anybody in this town at this point. But you know, Nadine is very much a case of a vampire bimbo not only surviving but thriving, baby. Even though she is kind of stupid sometimes.
So I just put them here. We're done with these now, so. Get out of here! Finally, we have 59 books that I would consider good fiction. Good fiction. What I did here is I gave myself 3 criteria about what would make good fiction in the realm of Skyrim. Number 1, does it help build the world around us? Number 2, does it give us an interesting or different perspective on that world? And number 3, is it good? Now you might say, Brian, what gives you the right to say what is good fiction? I read all 338, you dingus! Believe me when I say that these were the only good ones. This is all I'm qualified to do now. I need a drink. Okay. Now there's still 59 of these, so I obviously can't summarize all of them. But I have left.
But I just imagine like a vampire couple, and one of them's at the computer, and it's like, honey, do you want to get takeout tonight? And they have the fucking tab for their state's local sex offender registry pulled up on their computer.
Because it's written by a thief in a very interesting voice. There's a great ending line for this book. Some thieves can't read. If you can't read, get someone to read this book to you. It'll make more sense then. That's great. I think that's a much more fun way than saying, here is how you pick a lock. This is what this set of armor is. Better than instructional, just good fiction. Number 4, Pala. In a world where crazy creatures exist, how do you make fiction that is compelling, that people can just kind of experience in their own life? Pala is a necromantic romantic book. It's a story about a man who sees this beautiful statue of a woman fighting a beast and falls instantly in love with this woman. Turns out, she's dead from fighting that beast. He decides to get into necromancy to bring her back from the dead. I kind of don't want to ruin the surprise for you. It manages to tell an interesting story while also introducing these ideas of monsters and necromancy. It's kind of weird, but it's very well written. I'm gonna go ahead and put up 3 and 2. Why do I put up the Argonian account and Feyfolken at the same time? Turns out it's written by the same fictional author, Wogan Jarth. This one's for you, Wogan. I'm a big Jarth head. He's not actually in the story at all. I couldn't find any instance of like him as an NPC, so I really hope he's in the next one because I want to meet Wogan. I just want to meet Wogan Jarth. These ones were not actually written specifically for Skyrim. They were grandfathered in, but they do an incredible job of building the world around you. The Argonian account is actually the second story in a series all about Decamus Scotti. This is kind of like the Hobbit of Tamriel, where we're taking this unassuming character and thrusting them into this completely foreign, amazing landscape, except instead of a hobbit, it is a mid-level bureaucrat. It's full of screwball comedy and wonderful world building about the Black Marsh, which is where all the Argonians live. You have to fast travel by being eaten alive by a worm. That's great. I want to see that whenever we go to the Black Marsh. It's so flavorful, and that's why I'm a Jarth head. Feyfolken, it's a story about a scribe who's terrible at his job, but gets this enchanted quill that forces him to be amazing, sends him into this madness, and then he kills himself at the end of the book, spoiler alert. But that's not what the story is really about. It's an interesting fiction that teaches you about different Daedric princes, and which ones could have caused this specific enchantment on the quill. That's good world building! I am interested in the story, you told me something that I can learn about the world, I had a good time reading Fae Folken. Jarth, you did it again! And that leaves us with the number 1 book. It's not The Lusty Argonian Maid. I feel like I should broach this subject. I'll tell you why I didn't include it in my good fiction list, and it's not because I'm a prude. Who doesn't love a little erotic lizard fiction?
Sorry, Corvidae.
The reason I didn't include The Lusty Argonian Maid as one of the best pieces of fiction is because it's 7 acts long. 7 acts? There is no way you can manage to maintain that level of erotic tension for 7 acts. That's like 5.5 hours. As a person who has done 1 or 2 plays in my life, that's just unfeasible, okay? I'd like to see them try. I would like to see them try.
Ooh, come on, baby.
Before I go to number 1, I gotta go get a flu
You're
shot.
in good company, though.
This is not a joke.
Apparently.
It's important
Brian
to get
would
your
love
flu
to
shot.
see it.
All right, I'm back. The number 1 piece of fiction in Skyrim, not Wogan Jarth, I'm sorry. It's Beggar, Thief, Warrior, King. It's 4 books, actually, but it's all part of Eslaf Errol's story. It is completely fictional.
Tezuka had a lot of like transformation erotica in his desk that they found after it was cleared out.
Straight up chortled.
Which, like, oh my god. This is so awful, but of all the stuff you could be into after doing a series like Astro Boy for however many years, that's honestly, like, fucking zero judgment towards the man. Like, you know what? That's totally fine.
One of these writers was just flexing. And I think that's wonderful that a writer had a chance to, within the fiction of Skyrim, write something that's just naturally funny. You should all go home onto your computers, boot up Skyrim, find these 4 books, and then read them in order. It's worth it. That's my quest for you in Skyrim. 300 gold points. That's it. That's it. That's all of the books. So, like, what did I learn from reading all 338 books of Skyrim? Surprisingly, a whole lot. Like, there are 2 main takeaways that I pulled from this. Number 1, this is a masterclass on how to write effective flavor text. Between all of these historical, instructional, the good fiction, and, you know, the iffy fiction. This is a way to learn what to do and what not to do. Obviously, not everyone is going to connect with certain types of flavor text. I'm sure there's a lot of people that disagree with me and think that the historical is the most important flavor text. And you know what? They are valid, and they're wrong. And they always seem to find my comment sections. When you take something good like Fae Folken, which teaches you about the Daedric princes, but in an interesting way, it really shines in comparison to the 3.5 million biographies of Berenzia. You don't even see them in Skyrim. I don't care about Berenzia. It's boring. But not like Fae Folken. That's really interesting and effective. Also, it's just like, teaches you about all these wonderful forms of fiction. If you're a fiction teacher, like, teach your kids with Skyrim. Teach the kids with Skyrim. I got a creative writing degree.
I should play
That's
Skyrim
all I
on
have to say
stream at
about
some
that.
point.
Second
I already
takeaway,
made both
this
of
is
my
a
right-hand
wonderful
player
teaching
in
device
it.
about
And I've gotten
unreliable
pretty far
narrators.
with both of
So
them.
many of these histories are negating other ones. This is a wonderful
I
way
guess I
of
can't
showing
object to
people
libs
you
or
need to
forward
read
getting
everything
accused of
if you're going
a
to
lightning fetish in
get
my
the
own
whole
chat.
picture. I read everything. I am the keeper of the picture.
Hey.
That's every book in Skyrim.
You know,
So it's time
unless
for
it's,
us
like,
to revisit
deeply
that
morally
ever-present question. Should you read every book in
objectable?
Skyrim? No!
Uh,
What? How could you watch this whole
Yeah,
10
we're not gonna
plus
yuck
minute
your
video
yum
and think I
in
would
this
say anything?
chat.
What? No! I bore this burden for you! Don't read them!
Fuck Berenzia. All my homies hate Berenzia.
Don't read them!
You can read the top 5, that's fine.
How dare you jettison my gift! Don't read them! No! If you want to see me keep doing things like this, make sure to hit that subscribe button. And now for a staged reading of the Sultry Argonian Bard.
I could never perform your request.
Oh, is it too fast for you?
I fear I may damage my instrument.
Oh, but you seem to handle it so well, my darling.
My lady, you flatter me.
Well, it is such a large and magnificent piece. I love The Legend of...
Very good. I have a friend who got struck by, well, inadvertently struck by lightning. She was on a water tower that got struck by lightning and ergo got shocked herself. But she lived to tell the tale, even though she definitely fell off the fucking water tower.
of Zelda series. But the canonical timeline doesn't make any sense. Perhaps
All
it
right,
would make
last
more
one.
sense if someone tried to put
And then
every
we're gonna
single piece
switch over
of
to a
Zelda
little bit of
media,
blasphemous.
canonical and non-canonical, into one timeline. Someone should try to do that. Let's go. Let's start with the canonical
Yeah,
timeline.
it really
So we've got
depends on the
Skyward Sword at the very
circumstances wherein
beginning,
you're getting
created demise,
shocked.
and then he becomes Ganon later on. Link gets resurrected. It's Minish Cap. It introduces Vati. He's a wind sorcerer, and then he also shows up in Four Swords. That comes next. After
Like,
Four
I think
Swords,
since I'm not entirely sure how electricity works, but I think since the water tower itself, even though it was metal, it was grounded, and so that ended up like making it less lethal, I think, in the case wherein she got struck. And see, the thing was, it wasn't one of those like electrical shocks where you like get stuck to something. It actually like pushed her off of the water tower, so it was like it struck, she got shocked, and then the force of the shock like pushed her off of the tower. I think that's how
Vati
it
is
worked.
sealed. Ganon's back, baby. And it's Ocarina of Time.
It's me
So
randomly
Ocarina of
messaging
Time
one of my
splits
college
into
friends.
3 different
Hey, do you
timelines here.
remember
In one
when you
of
got
them,
struck by
Link
lightning?
decides
Could you
to
explain
stay
to
an
me
adult,
exactly how that worked
Ganondorf
again?
gets resurrected, and Link is nowhere to be found. And where's Link? Where's Link? I'll get to it. Don't worry, I'll get to it. And then the whole world floods, and we get Wind Waker. This one I'll call Adult Link. In this one, he decides to stay a child. The Sacred Realm is sealed. He's finished his entire meaning of existence by the time he's like 12. And so he goes and does Majora's Mask, which is also very existential. And then over here, Nintendo decided to make a timeline where Link loses. Link just can't do it in this one. Ganondorf does whatever the hell he wants to, and now it's a Link to the past. One of my friends invited me over to watch him beat Ocarina of Time because he was really close to finishing it, and then I went over, and then he couldn't do it, and so then we decided to go outside and play basketball. This is that timeline. So we have Adult Link, Child Link,
And
basketball.
basketball.
Let's go back to Adult Link. After Wind Waker, he just goes and hangs out with his pirate friends in Phantom Hourglass. We go to Spirit Tracks. This is on a different island, and technically there is Link and Zelda, except
Oh,
Link
absolutely.
is really into trains.
I never
Let's-
even played Majora's Mask, yet ever since I was a child, the theme of the moon having a terrifying and angry face as it like slowly like crashes into the world has been a recurring theme in my nightmares.
Which is different from Four Swords, one has adventures in the title. Here's some issues with canon over here in Basketball Timeline. In the Hyrule Historia, which came out in 2011, it states that next should be Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages, but the Japanese Zelda website technically states that it goes Link to the Past, Link's Awakening now, so they've reversed those two. So even the canonical timeline isn't like super hard set in stone canonical, which goes to show that it sucks. He does this thing,
Nothing
and then he
like
goes
good old
sailing, and then he
existential
crashes
dread,
and has
yeah.
a dream and then dies in the ocean. I'm gonna keep Oracle of Seasons and Oracle of Ages tied together right now. A new Link, new cycle, and he goes a link between worlds. And then it's another existential crisis, but this is my favorite one because instead of having an existential crisis and then going to have to save the world from a moon, or having an existential crisis and hanging out with pirates, he just gets really into fashion in Triforce Heroes, which is what I plan to do in my midlife crisis. It's The Legend of Zelda, the first one. Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. This is the same link between these two. A cult wants to resurrect Ganon or something. We're at the most recent game, and the most recent in the timeline. It's Breath of the Wild. You might be wondering, where does Breath of the Wild fall? In which timeline? Is it basketball? Is it child? Or is it adult? Well, guess what? It's all three. Nintendo couldn't figure it out, so they decided to just put it in all of the timelines, which isn't how time works, to my knowledge. I'm gonna make this timeline much worse, but I'm gonna also explain the convergence. So what I'm going to go to next is Zelda spin-off games. I'm not going to talk about some specific things, namely cameos, or when you can buy Link's clothing in other games, or some of the mangas, because they're just the same exact stories as some of the main canonical timeline games. So we've wrapped all these up. Some of them don't have connections just yet. Don't worry, I'll get to it. Let's start with the easy Zelda spin-offs. There were a lot of them during Twilight Princess. Link was also learning how to use his crossbow for big game hunting, and also it was Twilight Princess Picross. Midna wanted to... She thought Picross would help him beat Zant. We'll start from the beginning. Skyward Sword was supposed
Yeah,
to
if
be
I'm
the
not
first
mistaken,
one,
there's quite a
but
bit
they're
of Legend
wrong.
of
Hylia
Zelda
chose her
manga.
first hero. There was like a lot of time
It's also an
between the
Elden
first
Ring
hero
manga,
and
which
the one that
is
happened in
actually
Skyward
very
Sword.
funny,
In that
and I
time
need to catch up
was
on
the
it
Zelda
again.
Game & Watch. Just like in Skyward Sword, there was an upper level and the bottom level, and then there were dragons also in Skyward Sword. That's my logic behind this one. You say Zelda Game & Watch, what about the Zelda Game Watch? That's right, the Nelsonic Zelda Game Watch. This was a watch that you could play Zelda on, and there were only 4 dragons in this one. Why? Because the other Link already defeated the other ones. There are 3 other dragons in Skyward Sword, and they were nice because they learned that Link would fuck their shit up. Link, the Faces of Evil, and Zelda, the Wand of Gamelon.
Nothing like the
I'm not
threat
an
of
expert on this
elimination to
one
make
because
you
I
a
never
little
played them,
kinder, am I right?
which I think is probably the best decision I've made in my life. Right over here, why? Because in Link, the Faces of Evil, he has to go to the island of Korodai. Islands in the Great Sea, obviously. That's where they make sense to go. Zelda, the Wand of Gamelon can go there too. But that's not the only CDI game. There's also Zelda's Adventure. Ganon, I guess he stole some celestial something or others, and then it started the era of darkness. And remember what I said before about how it went era of to Twilight and then to Shadow? What comes after that? That's right, it's darkness, baby. Y'all know about the Satellaview? It was a weird thing for the SNES, or the Super Famicom, because it was just in Japan. It insisted on all of the Satellaview games, including the letters BS.
Would
BS,
the
Legend of
theoretical
Zelda
vampire
Phantom
hunters who
Rifles,
use concepts and
that's
philosophies to
basically,
fight
a Link to
vampires in the
the
dead of
Past,
night
so I didn't
have a
include it in this
special
one, but there are
title
other
they're
BS
called
Legend of
either
Zelda
by
games that are
themselves or
weird because
vampires?
They don't actually include Link. They include
Probably
these 2
so,
characters that you can choose, and they technically were
and I
part
would
of the
say that it
Satellaview
was like a
thing,
title
so it wasn't
both
Link who was
like
there, but,
known by humans
I'll
and by
explain in a second.
vampires.
Cut one of the titles in half. Clayton, we have to start over. A Link to the Past happens, and then Link goes
Like,
away
I feel
on a
like
journey into
in
the
order
water and
to
dies.
like
What's
be a
happening while Link
full-fledged
goes through
vampire
adventures
hunter,
is BS The Legend of Zelda. What happens
you
after that,
have to
during
like be
Link's
very
awakening, when
dedicated
Link
to the
runs away, which
cause,
is why
and
his kids
otherwise
are the ones
like
in this, and then after that,
vampire
there's Link,
hunters
The
in
Legend
kind
of
of
Zelda
air
Ancient Stone
quotes
Tablets, and
are
technically,
just
since those
more like
kids are the ones that are in,
mercenaries than
BS, The
anything
Legend of
else.
Zelda, that technically means that they are an iteration of Link. And so
Paladins, maybe?
the
Yeah, that could be
BSX,
it.
The story of the town whose name was stolen, which was a game that included those protagonists, but didn't include anything about Zelda, technically is still a Zelda game, so I included it in this one. Barcode Battler 2, you had to scan cards with a barcode, and then you would have to battle those enemies using it. A different retelling of the same story of A Link to the Past, just like looking at it from a different camera angle. Tingle exists in actually 2 different timelines, and he also exists in every timeline because Tingle is the perfect evolution of humanity. He shows up in Majora's Mask first, and he also shows up in Wind Waker. We have an origin story for Tingle in freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. He starts to get the taste, I love rupees, and then he starts selling his maps to you in Majora's Mask. But at the same time as Rosy Rupee Land is the Dekisugi Tingle Pack, which was DSiWare, and it just basically was like a calculator and like a fortune teller or something. Tingle's Balloon Fight DS, this happens at the same time as Wind Waker. Over here in Basketball Timeline, we've got Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. I'm not gonna explain how it connects just yet, because I'll do that later. It's a Final Zelda spin-off. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition, and I'm using the Definitive Edition because that's just the collection of all of them, because there's 3 different versions of this game. I'm gonna put Hyrule Warriors over here, and I'm gonna call this the Time Break.
Ooh.
3 timelines already, so why can't I make my own? Hyrule
Imagine
Warriors
one who fights vampires with their belief in social Darwinism. I feel like that could either work for them or against them. That, yeah, they would be a very miserable person to be around. Because even if it's not explicit social Darwinism, I feel like there would be a lot of vampires who hold the same belief, but think that they're the ones who are the top of the food chain. So I think you might have a little trouble, like, with that fight of, like, you know, who's
timeline,
really
Link
the
just kinda slacks
apex and
off 'cause
who's
he has, again,
the one
existential
making a
crisis.
stupid mistake.
Again, and what does he do for the rest of his life? I'll tell you what he does. He go-karts, and he fights people for sport. Super Smash Bros. The original one, Mario Kart 8, and Soul Calibur 2. Got nothing better to do, might as well just go have fun. And you know what? I respect that. But you did forget that Ganondorf got resurrected, and then the whole world flooded. So that's on your conscience. I imagine that Link still has like access to the Temple of Time, which is why in Super Smash Bros. Melee, it happens simultaneously in Ocarina
Social
of Time
Darwinism
because he
paired
can
with
change
genuine
himself into
narcissism.
young Link, and
Yeah,
also
like I
Ganondorf's
said, I think
there,
that would,
and
you know, be
I don't know
pretty-
why he's allowed
like,
to fight.
that
I've
could
put
definitely be
these
potent.
3 Super Smash
I think it would
Brothers
just,
after Hyrule Warriors in
I think it would be
the
challenging if they
time break.
encountered a
Time, the
vampire who
time
basically has the same
And
beliefs,
while
but
we
of
were hanging out in the
themselves,
time
you
break,
know.
Sonic's here. Sonic's in the time break, baby. I swear to God, I'm not just using the time break as a catch-all, but it does work as a catch-all. There's this weird-ass game for the Wii called Captain Rainbow. It technically happens at the same time as Link's Awakening because it includes Crazy Tracy, but Link's Awakening happens within Link's dream, so that means that Captain Rainbow might be happening within Crazy Tracy's dream. So it's very much like Inception, and that means that Joseph Gordon-Levitt exists in the Zelda timeline. That's a joke. Joseph Gordon-Levitt doesn't exist in any timeline. And these are also going to come down here next to Ripened Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love.
See whose ego wins,
WarioWare,
yeah.
all of them, and then Scribblenauts Unlimited. And again, I will explain that later. Whew, I'm getting too worked up about this. Canonical games, spin-offs, Zelda appearances, and other games. What's left? Every other type of media. I swear to God, if I get one well actually comment, it's a lost cause, right? Let's start with books. I mentioned before that Skyward Sword was not the first game and that Game & Watch was the first game, but it's not the first instance of Zelda and Link. Himekawa's Skyward Sword manga does include the origin of literally, it's like the first Avatar. It's the first Link, the first Hylian chosen hero. First instance of Link. I really don't know why Nintendo hasn't included the Choose Your Own Adventure books, because they love to have things that have confusing timelines where Link could
absolutely.
potentially die in
Oh,
them,
yeah,
like
there
in
are
basketball
definitely.
over there. The Crystal Trap
And
and the
there
Shadow
are
Prince
de-
happened
there's
canonically
absolutely gonna be
after
more
the
than
original
one,
Legend of
too.
Zelda and Zelda 2. They're like
Of a
11 or
vampire
12
who's
or
not
18
full of
different endings.
themselves.
Stick with me here. You could win the Shadow
Like,
Prince
because
with
there's definitely vampires who think, like, oh, I've made it, you know, however much time has passed without, you know, being caught or killed. Clearly, like, I know what I'm doing and I must be an exception, because, like, unless you are, like, pretty, like, closely connected with your sire, and that's sort of an ongoing thing from, like, sire to, like, person they've turned into a vampire. Vampire clans aren't really so much of a close-knit group anymore. Like, they do exist, but most of them are like this pretty broad idea of more of like a large, like, sort of council rather than a family. So like, I would imagine that there's quite a few vampires who don't get much exposure to other vampires. So when they're like, oh, you know, they see, like, you know, like, this vampire's been apprehended, this vampire's been killed, this, you know, etc., etc., they're like, oh, well, clearly, like, I'm the exception. I know what I'm doing, and I'm smarter than everybody else, when there are, like, dozens and dozens, if not hundreds, of vampires who are managing to do the same thing and think the exact same thing about themselves. Like, oh my god, I'm so much smarter than any of these people.
high points, or you could win the Shadow Prince with lower points. Those are two separate timelines in my head. So low points from Shadow
yeah,
Prince,
that's
you go to the
smart.
Valiant
Tuberculosis
Comics.
would definitely
Now we're gonna
be a
talk
very
about
good
TV. If you
cover
win with high points, we
for
go
vampires
into
at
the
that,
Legend of Zelda
at that
TV
period.
series.
Aren't I sweet?
After the Legend of Zelda TV series, Captain N happens, and it's weird because in this one, the hero is a guy named Kevin. He gets sucked into a television. Captain N creates this potential option of being able to summon yourself into the game, which explains these three things. I told you I'd explain them later. Ripens Tingle's Balloon Trip of Love. It starts with a dumb 35-year-old man who lives in his parents' house, and then he gets sucked into a book, and then he goes into Tingle's land, and he becomes Tingle. WarioWare, it shows that the Zelda games exist at the same time, which is in Captain N, and also Scribblenauts Unlimited is here too. I haven't necessarily figured that one out. Board games. There are Zelda board games, and they also deserve to be in the timeline. The Legend of Zelda board game.
He truly does. Yeah, like he just
The Zelda board
progressively
game
becomes
happens
more
if you die in the
disheveled
crystal trap. How
as
does
the
that
video
sound,
goes
all right?
on.
You happy? But what about Zelda Clue? That's, I guess, happens during the Super Smash Brothers time, right? Because they're having fun together, hanging out. Zelda Chess! There's no plot line in Zelda Chess. Put in Ocarina of Time, like everything else in this dumbass timeline. Let me double check that I've gotten everything. But what about the time break? I told you that I would explain the time break, didn't I? And I'm gonna explain it right now. Why does no one understand the time break except for me, Brian David Gilbert? Why am I the only scholar in time break studies? I'll tell you why. Hyrule Warriors Definitive Edition happens outside of the timeline entirely, similarly to Breath of the Wild. It exists in all of the timelines because Ganondorf's soul gets split into multiple pieces that go into different timelines. And again, that's in the story itself. Link figures out that there are
And it's like most of the video is a joke, but then like a lot of times, like towards the end, it's like, oh no, this actually, this does have something to say.
What does he do when he knows that all these timelines exist? He goes and he plays Super Smash Brothers with all of his friends in every single timeline. That's how Super Smash Brothers Ultimate can exist, because it's everyone, all the time, everywhere, and also Sonic. But the time break still doesn't fit in. It's still by itself over here, right? Okay, the time break doesn't have a space. Link knows about every timeline, and he's done hanging out with his friends here in the time break. So what does he do? He decides to settle down, get a real job. And what can he do better than anyone else? That's right, he knows every location in every timeline. I'm talking location, location, location. He gets his real
Oh, how
estate
did that
places.
one?
He buys up every
Probably
land.
okay, maybe
He
not that one.
consolidates every timeline and pushes it all into one space. How does he do it? Legend of Zelda Monopoly. The most important Legend of Zelda game of all time. The one that makes Breath of the Wild make sense. Reggie, take fucking notes. I just saved your ass with Monopoly. This is the pin that holds the entire Zelda timeline together. You made me use Monopoly. That's the entire Zelda timeline, including 55 pieces of Zelda media. Don't ask me to do this again.
Thank you, Brian. All right. So I'm going to switch over to in-game, save my updated category and everything. And I will pull up Blasphemous and we'll, we'll give it a shot. See how it goes. Okay, cool. Oh, let me turn the volume up. Let me know if volume is too high or too low. Alright, yeah, that's probably the longest I've ever played is 38 minutes. Oh shit, that's actually not what I intended to do. Wanted to delete it and then start a new game.
Because it is my guilt, I claim you, grievous miracle. My chest hurt with regret. Forge your punishment and nail it deep. Shape my guilt once again.
Wow.
And thus, guilt, repentance, mourning, and every pain of the soul of all kind were visibly and tangibly manifested everywhere and in all of us. Sometimes in the form of blessing and grace, sometime in the form of punishment and corruption. That divine will, equally pious and cruel, which we could not and will never be able to unravel, was called the miracle.
Wow, that's a lot of corpses. I'm gonna check over the other way, just to be sure. All right. Nothing here for now. There we go. Ooh, cool. All right. I'm trying to... Okay, so it's R2. Oops. That was my fault. Christ alive. There we go. Shit. All right. Requiem. Aeternum. I do remember this part.
Regretful be the heart, penitent one. The anguish of the eldest brother has now come to an end. I am Deo Gracias, witness to and narrator of the acts of the grievous miracle. Such is my penance, as yours is silence. The cradle of affliction is what you seek. This can be found in the mother of mothers of the churches. It is a remote place separated from the rest of these lands by a great sacred and forbidden door. Even a wise penitent like me knows nothing of what lies beyond those high walls. However, what I do know is that, according to the rule, one must carry out the 3 humiliations to gain access to what they guard. One of them must be performed in the high mountains, covered in thick blankets of snow and ice. Another in the depths of a dark, entombed church where the sleeper lies. And the last one at the end of the trail, carved by moans that claw their way out of an iron spiral, in the bowels of the bell named Hondo that grows into the earth. Take this thorn and place it on the handle of your sword. If, when the time comes, as you grip your weapon firmly, you notice that it wounds you and makes you bleed, having grown, with more thorns sprouting from it, writhing over the figure of the father carved into the knob, that will mean that you are at the mercy of the grievous miracle, whether for its punishment or its forgiveness.
Okay. Brother Abbot, you know that I have been a scribe in this abbey since I was but a wee child. I have written about our church, our saints, and our miracle of the greatest pain. I must inform you that I have made the decision to leave, although I intend to continue writing. In these walls I cannot be a true witness of the works of the miracle. I need to appreciate with my own eyes your holy works. I will be a teller of the miracle wherever it takes me, rain or shine, or scorching sand under my bare feet. Deus, gracias, farewell.
Even a wise penitent like me, however sorrowful.
All right. Okay, so that's not something I can... Okay. Oh. Okay. Oh shit, okay. There we go. Press RTX. Oh wait, I want to wait till that. Okay. So it was... Oh.
There is no answer to our plea. The miracle has forsaken us, and my ornate throne turns its back on those who await here.
Okay. Trying to find what that tutorial was. Oh, gameplay tips. Here we go. In the air after to ascend after hitting an enemy. Okay. So I should jump towards them, hit RT and X at the same time. Ooh. The aesthetic of this game reminds me of Dark Souls mixed with the lab. Yeah. Yeah, I can definitely see that.
Sorrowful be the heart, penitent one. Welcome to Albero, sanctuary to this humble brotherhood of the Kissers of Wounds. Few remain here who can still employ it, but Tirso is my name. There are few of us who still care for the sick and ailing. With devout kisses, we bless the wounds of those who seek our protection. Thus both we and they remain at the mercy of the miracle. Time outside these walls passes by strangely. In sundowns we need not contemplate. But if your penance happens to carry you under set skies, be so kind as to bring us some ingredients for our ointments. The will in the miracle shall show you which ones they are.
Oh god, okay. Why do I feel like I can accidentally poison these people if I don't pick the right thing? Ah, fuck. Keep accidentally bumping the left trigger. Or left bumper, I guess.
Penitent one, you who carry the painful guilt in your cracked hands. Lend it to us and alleviate our burden. Lend it to us and wipe away our tears. Because it is an act of penitence.
Oh shit! Welcome in! Hello, Artsy Gamer. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping by. We're just testing Blasphemous a little bit, which is Soulsy Metroidvania thing, I guess. But yeah, welcome in, everyone. So, Ooh. Damn. I think I'm gonna do this one. Oh, you have to hold it down. Okay. It's been good. I got just under 900 words with chapter 3 of the fanfic I've been working on, so that's cool. And now we're giving Blasphemous a shot. I tried it a little bit a few years ago. I just could never really sink my teeth into it, but who knows? Oh, okay, well. I will probably hurt myself if I try to make that jump.
Thou hast called upon the reach of the order of the true shrine. In this place, we gather the remains of those who were separated and forgotten.
so we can grant them holy burial as our charitable rule prescribeth. Help us these poor souls, O penitent one in silence. The Order blesses you.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. 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 I don't know what's through there, but the light looks kind of ominous, so I don't know. Okay. Well. No. 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 I saw something big and no. No, thank you. Wait, can I? No, I have to raise the gate. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm all messed up. Jesus. What am I even doing right now? I'm about to get my shit wrecked. There's gotta be a save point somewhere, right? Wait, is there... Did I overlook something? No, I didn't. Oh, wait, let me see. Oh, it won't go past those bars. A shame. Oh. Oops. Well, there he goes. I'm hitting many buttons. I mean, I still don't think I can use that lever. I mean, maybe now that I've asked about it, I can. I might as well check. Yep, no, still no. Yeah, I think the main thing I ran into with this game is I'm like not very used to Metroidvanias, but I mean, combat system is fun. Sometimes I fuck it up horrifically like that, but ooh, yikes. That was pretty brutal. Oh, too early. Alright, let's give this boss a second shot. Oh, I can't just dodge past him, I guess. What is hitting me? Oh shit, well. Uvula of Proclamation. Oh. So now we're back over here. Wait. Oh, okay. I figured it out. It's a shortcut. So now I'm going to run, and I think I can buy another skill. Maybe? I think I have enough Tears of Atonement to do that. Alright, cool. New special move. Oh, I haven't saved in a minute. I should probably go do that. And not just take for granted that it's auto-saving for me. There we go. Alright. There we go. I think, actually, there we go. Oh shit, wrong button. Nice. Oh. Oof. Oh, so this is the snowy outside they're talking about, where olive trees wither. Nice. Alright. I think I'm gonna go back inside and explore a little more. But then maybe we'll try this wintry area. Oh. Oh man, I remember this. Okay. Alright, so like what's down here? just can't rush combat too much. That's what I gotta be careful about. Oh.
Sister of mine, as I foretold you, someone is heading towards the Forbidden Gate. Someone who seeks the purge and excommunication of all that is sacred and rests there. No, no, do not place your doubts on me. I am ready.
I'm sorry, what? Oh, cool. Love being rid of guilt. Nice. Oh, yikes. Okay, yeah, I'm just... This is a little bit beyond me for the time being. Plus, I just remembered there's other rooms I have not explored. Oh, yeah. Guilt room. There we go. Then what was this way? Oop. Oh, nice. Another shortcut. Oh, Jesus, okay. Can I make him... Oh. Oh, shit. Oop, not what I meant to do. Oh! Oh, thank you so much, Wizard of Boxes. Thank you for stopping by. Hello, goodbye. It's so appreciated. Thank you. I hope you have a great evening. Actually, I am gonna head back this way. Hitting the wrong button for trying to open a map. Okay, now. I'm trying to remember, because there was a chamber with like a bunch of ladders you had to cross very carefully. I'm trying to remember where that was. Is it down here? Or is this? No. Oh. Oh, wait. Okay, I have not yet unlocked that area. Can I? Okay, no, that's as far as it'll go. Without dying. Fuck. There we go. I've made it hard for myself though. Favor of an aesthetic I haven't used for a while. Making a lot of early English for that old sounding, but yeah. Oh, sorry. Writing my nautical codex. Hell yeah. I did see the earlier message, I just forgot to read it out loud. Shit. Talk about delayed reaction. Here we go. No! Oh, I thought I had that. Rip. Oh, okay. So, literally I can just go over here and have him forgive my guilt, right? Or not. Yeah, sure, I'll pay. Alright. Yeah, I want to keep going this way. Oh shit. God, the deaths in this game are so grisly. I don't have enough for either. I wonder. Probably going to hurt myself doing this, but... Yep. I thought so. It's not nearly as lethal as I thought it would be, though. I am gonna try to free that little cherub, though. Alright. Oh, that was close. But no cigar. Alright, let's At least if you take your time in between saving, if you have to go back and forth between two places a lot, it's much less irritating. Oh, I should probably make a mark of it, huh? Oh. There we go. Okay, so I'm gonna put a skull here because it's hard and I keep dying. And if I'm wondering where I just died, it's probably right here. Ooh, before I do that though, I'm gonna go save at this save point again. There we go. Nice. Yes, I got it that time. Ooh, Heart of the Virtuous Pain. Ooh, equip a sword heart and mea culpa to alter its properties. Oh. I feel like I will die if I drop down here. Oh. Just about fucking died right there, too. Oh my god. Oof. Alright, so now we can head back. We're gonna try to get 1500 so we can get that next upgrade. And let me see. Oh yeah, okay, I remember that now. It's the bridge. But, you know, I could go ahead and fight with the stuff on here. Okay, I don't really need to go in there, though. I don't think so. Ah, okay, I remember now. I couldn't get across here because I don't have the shortcut. so I can open up my map and remove that. Because we figured it out. There we go. Okay. Oh, also, okay. Well, how do I? Oh, okay, so I think it's just a resting area. It's where it's gotta be, right? At least that's what I'm guessing. So let me go back over to this one and we'll try it out. Alright, cool. So now we have that equipped. These goddamn wound fetishists, right? Alright, so now we're gonna go to, I think, the snowy place first. See how that goes for us. Oh, shit. Ooh, I do like that slide stab though. That's very handy. Yikes. Okay, yes. God forbid the wound fetishes contact battle cake people. Oh god, yeah. Alright, so we're heading upstairs. Come on. Alright. Keep on going up. Ooh. Hello? I see you in there.
Contrite and humiliated be the heart, penitent one in silence, you stand before what remains of Gemino. Oh, do not fret for me, the cold is merciful, for it relieves our pain and numbs us before it leads us to our deaths. Perhaps the miracle the others spoke of has come to me, here in this iron tomb, lengthening distress more and more. To a promised land you direct your march, to the place where the frozen and the burning embrace in communion. Let me ask of you the favour of bringing me a few drops of the oils that once came out of these icy olive trees, the ones that ended up scorching the faces of every pious person who ever reached the summit. As my last wish, before it is too late for me, let me feel that pain. Take this. Now, let my numbed arm become another branch of this withered olive tree. Hurry up, I can still hear the call.
Alright, bud. I'll try to help you out. I can't. Oh no! There he goes. Alright, that's alright. I mean, it's not like we got super far ahead or anything. Oh. Oh, okay now. Okay now. Oh shit. Not okay. Alright, now I have 2 guilt seeds I have to pick up again. But at least now I know how it works. Third time's the charm, right? Yeah, I think having played a FromSoft game to its conclusion has definitely helped give me the kind of patience that's needed for this type of game. Oh, was that the only guilt seed I had? Okay. Alright. Oh, yikes. I need to... Oh. It's because I grabbed onto the ledge. I was like... Oh, Christ alive. Graveyard of the Peaks. Okay. I think this is as far as I've... or farther than I've gotten before. Oh, nice. Hello?
Let us be captives of the miracle, penitent one. Do not be surprised to find this merchant here. This ancient occupation requires me to be wherever I can obtain rewarding benefits. Call me Candelaria, for what I sell would make your eyes light up like the high bonfires. I will not ask you for any money whatsoever. Those forbidden tears you shed would be more than enough for me. Go ahead, cast your darkened eyes over these valuable treasures. This is a precious... And may I don mourning black if I'm trying to deceive you?
Oh no, I do not have nearly as much money to afford any of that. what's this fella up here? Oh, fuck. Oh. This soundtrack is gorgeous too. Oh shit. What's over here? No. I don't want to deal with one of those guys right now. Oh shit. Alright, I am going to head back to my last save point. And, oh, actually it was over here, not... And I think I'm going to call it for Blasphemous for the time being, because, I know the upcoming stages are going to require a lot of focus from me. So... So how long did we... Oh shit, yeah. Alright. So I'm going to switch to our Be Right Back screen. Alrighty. And let's boot up Yakuza. Okay, cool. Alright. I think I'm just gonna wander around for a bit and then we'll decide if we want to continue with the main story immediately. There's someone who's being assailed by some bad dudes. Where is he? Oh. I wonder. We should go check on Maiko, I think. First, we have to intervene here. Nice. Ooh, a French wallet. How fancy. Okay, yeah, so our friendship is up all the way. Cool.
いらっしゃいませ。
Let's. Sorry.
一杯飲んでって。いらっしゃいませ。あ、桐生さん。何が起きてるのかよくわからないけど、私にできることがあれば言ってね。何が起きてる
Oh, okay, well, guess that's about all I can do in here right now. Let's go check the bowling alley again to see if we can do that quest with Emily yet. Ooh, have I already hit up the stream machine? I think I have. Oh, no, I haven't. Oh.
おい待てよ殺すぞ俺ら何なんだ
Nice. Ooh, and that was a cool million yen. Nice. It's been a while since I've gone to the Maharaja. We could try a disco minigame.
いらっしゃいませ
Okay, so there's just one I haven't done yet, so.
Sate, 一丁決めてくるか
Ooh, I think that was pretty good actually. Fucked it up a little bit there, but let's go. I wonder if that guy I danced with before is still here. Huh? Oh. Okay. And you've determined I'm worthy enough, so to speak? You're not just quick on your feet, I see. You've got real style, too. I bet you're a lady killer. Hmm? I wouldn't go that far. Oh, he's all shy. Look at the boy. When I see a man who's a better dancer than me, I can't help falling for him. I think you might have what it takes to keep up with me now. Maybe you can even drive me right over the top and exit. These women and their movement fetishes. Yeah, fuck it, let's do it, bruh. I like Quita Passion, so.
本物のダンス見せてやるぜ。いけてるじゃねえか。どうだ。フィーバーしちまうぜ。なんてやつだ。
Fuck. I keep fucking getting B and X mixed up. Fuck me. Oh my god. Can I restart? No, I can only quit. She's doing so much better than me.
なんてやつだ。
Oh my god.
こんなはずでは。
Oh no, they actually boo you if. Oh man. Tough crowd. I want a rematch. You know what? You know what I need? I need a nice cold beer. That'll give me what I need.
ありがとうございました。
All right. We got it this time. Oh, I didn't even use my fever move, but I still won, baby. Mm. Cute. Oh, I'm sorry, what? Second try, not bad, not bad. Thank you, thank you. Just had to get back in the rhythm. You know what, let's do another song just for shits and giggles. We're already here, why not? I'm shocked I have not gotten to 100 times that I've entertained myself. Oh, cute you, buddy. Oh, come on. Okay, that was pretty mid, I think. Okay. Alright, maybe one more song. We've already played the cover fee. It's not like they're charging us per song. Oh my god, it's Miracle Jackson's song. Incredible, amazing. Or Miracle Johnson, sorry, not Miracle Jackson. Oh shit. Is that Kiryu hyping himself up while dancing? I think it is. Fucking got him. Fuck it, we have like what? I think maybe 1 or 2 more normal songs that we need to do. Yeah, just 2 more. I love his fucking poses so much. Oh, come on. That was slick as fuck. Oh, shit. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. But that was still good. Alright, now we just need Koi no Disco Queen. Fuck. Yes! I think that was our best one yet. We have mastered all of the normal disco songs. 3 stars on all of them, baby. Alright, so where to next? Maybe we can go play some darts. Where's that? Oh my god, not 2 at once. Fucking got him. Maybe we'll play darts right now. Damn. Avarice shirt. I love that that's what it's called. I'm just kind of running around. Oh, buddy, I'm so sorry. That was extremely rude. Oh.
Oi.
Please. Oh, I'm so sorry. That's so mean. Please. Oh, that's so mean. I'm so sorry. Ugh. Oh. No, she probably okay. Buddy, I think she's saying Visa.
Nani?
Alright, so where's Smile Burger? Oh. Hi, fellas. Oh! Double takedown, shit. I also just recently learned how to sprint in this game. You guys have something you want to say? Oof. Brutal.
Nani?
Hi.
Oh. Alright, cool. Thank you so much. That's extremely kind of you, ma'am. I appreciate it.
Hi.
Where's Samantha? Nope, nope, nope. I was thinking I want to go on the paths with the fewest people possible. Okay, can I please turn my camera? Fuck. shit. Come on. Don't fucking fail this. Oh my god. Oh, I was going to be fucking livid. Because the goddamn camera wouldn't move.
Hmm?
Hi. Eh?
Hmm?
Eh?
Hmm.
Oh no.
Hmm.
ピザだ。お届けだ。
Hmm?
Yep.
Hmm. Hmm? Nani?
Ew. Dame. Dame, dame. Dame, dame. Yeah. Welcome in, Brandon.
Eh?
Samantha's in trouble and it's all because of my pizza.
Oi. Huh? Yeah. Huh?
You calling my girl Mr. Alright, dude.
Oi. Nani?
Oh god. No. Ew. No. What? I don't like this. I don't like this at all. And the fact that they played the wholesome music with it. Yeah. Oh my god. The fucking pizza boy cheering people on. Love that. I hated the story, but I loved the supportive pizza boy. Whoa. Excuse me.
Oh.
Sorry. Huh? Oh. Just coming in from game tonight. Nice! I hope it went well. Really?
ちょっと下がら殴らせてもらううが
Nice. Good to hear.
マジで勘弁してくださいそこは適当に合わせてください
You know what? It's been a while since we've done karaoke. We ought to do a little karaoke, I think. I'm gonna get a drink first. I'm way too full for this. Oh. Oh, okay. They serve fucking omelets here? Hell yeah, they do, of course. I haven't done the lively interjections yet.
Sexy, sexy この日この夏はいはいはいはいはしゃぐよなラブサーフィンイケイケだぜ君がサンシャイン輝けさま君がサンシャインスリーシャインイェイ歌う姿がセクシーだぜ
Hell yes. That's gotta be a good one, right? Nice. Let's see if we can get plus 90 on all of these. Everybody knows this is the real point of Yakuza. Also, I'm going to pause really quick so I can open a drink before we get into the next song. All right.
もしもしベルにくれたおいおいおい愛してるイケイケだぜじゃんじゃんチャッチャラチャラじゃんじゃんチャッチャラチャラ寂しいじゃんじゃんチャッチャラチャラじゃんじゃんチャッチャラチャラリンリンTake my mate.
Alright, don't know if we got above a 90 on that one. So we had a few misses. Oh, shit, okay. Also, welcome in, Empress Budikins. Good to see you. We're letting Kiryu indulge his creative spirit. We're trying to get 90 plus per song. But had a good writing session earlier today. Wrote almost 900 words of chapter 3, which is well above my goal, so that's cool. And our own working class werewolf, Brandon, had a good RPG session earlier. Oh, all of these songs are legit. Yeah, but Rogue of Love, yeah, so good.
Everybody say, lose you over love. Oi, 赤く染めるぜ、lose you over love. Yay, yay, ふわふわふわふわ。Come on, baby. おい。大好き。ふう。Go, go, 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 go. Pretty face. はい。はい。俺も。はい。ゴミのような存在怯えてる唇を赤いルージュで隠したオールージョブラー
Oh.
オールージョブラー汚れ Take my heart Can't take my heart 養殖魚のように自由に闇を泳ぐわ似合い始めたオールージョブラーハリボテの
Oh, I'm doing that thing where I mix up fucking B and X for each other.
Everybody say, lose you over love. La 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 la. Lose you over love.
Oof. Ooh, crossover fanfic between Yu-Gi-Oh! And Vampire the Masquerade. That does sound interesting. Hell yeah. I hope it goes well. Oh shit! Nice. We've entertained ourselves 100 times and managed to get above 90 on all the karaoke games. Or karaoke songs, I guess. Hi.
偉そうにしてんじゃねえよ
Fucking got him.
申し訳ございません申し訳ございません
Oh shit. Hmm. Oh, jeez, okay. Maybe I will. Alright. So... Oh god, yeah, let's maybe not go to the catfight club again just yet. I think we were pushing our luck last night. I thought these might be Yakuza. Oh, brutal. I got the prologue post from AO3 right now. Oh yeah! Hell yeah, nice.
悪かった お客さんどうです遊んでいきませんか
Alright, let's save really quick, and then I am going to be right back super fast. Oh, no. Be right back super fast, and then we'll hit the next main quest story. See where that goes. But yeah, I'll be right back super quick. And I am back. Let me catch up with chat. Yeah, Avatar and the Hulk would be a pretty interesting combo. Yeah, when inspiration takes you, run with it. 100%. Honestly, I was just surprised people still liked it when I saw a few from a little while ago on it recently. Hell yeah! I love being able to revisit stuff and being like, actually, I don't hate this. I write poetry, but I haven't really been doing it for a few years. I feel like I have a lot to say, but can't get it out. Yeah, I can definitely empathize with that. Let me... Okay, there we go. Oh, I should put that in my box. I'm just gonna have one of each. I feel like that's more than enough. Because also I don't want my... inventory to be too clogged. Oh, sorry ma'am, I did not mean to stop directly in front of you. Oh. Okay. Oh, yikes. Oh, wait. What was that? Oh, I think it was just a delay. Oh. Hi, I guess. That fucking over the top move every time. Hello? Hey, bud, what are you doing, you fucking weirdo? Sugar da-
Oi.
You'd better not be stalking her. Murky, that's me. Sorry. Can't be really sure whether she's my... Oh. Oh, actually, oh. Oh. This is actually sad. Now for a heartwarming stalking story. I've stalked her for like 15 years. She's afraid to leave the house. Oh god, is that really how this turns out? God damn it. You see, I was conveniently walking by her window. I mean, down the street. Oh god. I mean, I want to fucking do the quest before I get to do it. I mean, hopefully Kiryu will beat the shit out of that dude if he's pretending that, you know, I mean, if it's even slightly unwholesome. Aww.
Nani?
Hmm. Aw. Oh no, this is... Oh, sweetheart. Hmm. I guess. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Oi.
Oh. Okay, I was worried this was going to take a dark turn. I mean, at least this isn't the fucking foreign sex worker somehow falling in love with the dude who's been trafficking her. That sucked. Except for her saying "please." That still cracks me up. I'm sorry. Ugh. Oop. Oh, well. Oops. Oops.
Oi. Hey.
Oh my god, never mind. Goddess of Children amulet, what? What do you mean? Oh no, oh no, oh no. Horrible. God damn it. I should have listened to you guys. I was holding hope out because of that one story of the dad who I thought was being a pervert, but he was really just like watching his wife and child play because he had been hunted down by the Yakuza and he had to get plastic surgery, and I was just thinking of that again. Oh, shit. God, more of them? Yeah, come right over. Oh my god. Shit, I might be able to buy that pachinko parlor just yet. That was a motorbike. Yeah, it was. My god, how many of you are there? Oh. Oh my god. Again, so over the top. My god, there's some on every street. God, I left Beast style. Beast style, my beloved. Oh shit, I almost have enough for that pachinko parlor. More of them, okay.
お前の顔が気に入らねえんだ。勘弁してくれ。悪かった。
Maybe. Sorry. Huh? Oh. It's all mid and black. What the hell?
目障り。
俺がバカでした。すいません。
Let me save really quick because it's been a minute. Nice. We got the pachinko parlor, yay!
皆様、ドルチェ神谷のジャッジメントカズクさ。
Wait, I thought I already did this.
Congratulations! Hi.
I truly thought we had already done this before.
よっしゃ、読まれたぜ。 まあ、こんなところか。
The economy's on the up and up. Love to see it. Alright. I have no idea if I'm doing this business thing right, but could be doing worse, I feel. Where's the pachinko parlor we just bought? Oh, right here. Okay. So I really literally just have to look around and try and get more investment properties. Oh, let me get... Ooh, fancy. Alright. You want to throw down? Alright. Fucking got him. Got him. Nice. Just looking around a little bit, seeing if there's anything we missed. Oh. A cannon? What the fuck? I knew what I was doing. Beautiful. All right, let's head to the apartment. Oh my god, the cannon fucking works? I'm sorry, what? Alright, yeah, let's go ahead and call it a night. For Kiryu. I mean, we're not gonna suddenly quit out of nowhere.
夜明けだ。桐生は立花を渡さねえって腹です。堂島の親父につなぎ。親父、阿野です。例の件ですが、やっぱり桐生は始末します。 奴は立花をおりませんでした。堂島組に義理書いたけじめは
She doesn't tolerate ingrates.
では構いませんよね、久世の兄貴。わざわざ俺に聞く必要もねえだろう。 この一件はお前の仕切りだ。俺は兵隊として働くだけだ。そう言わんでくださいよ、兄貴。
Don't be like that, bro.
俺はきっちり筋道通してやってるつもりですよ。それについては風間組にもご理解いただけますよね、柏木さん。どういう意味でしょう。元はといや桐生は風間の頭が拾ってきたわけです。堂島組でそのガキ始末すんのに、風間組には特にこの事務所ごと振るってもらわなきゃ筋が通らねえ。違いますか。いえ、おっしゃる通りです。だったらそろそろ始めましょうよ。そうだな。まらな。
Oh shit.
桐生探し出してここに連れてこい。奴は簡単にはぶち殺さねえ。 生け捕りにして俺の前に出すな。
Well. Oh shit. Oh. Alright, fine. Blood hunt on Kiryu, truly. Oof, there we go. Okay, so that's more, looks like more of the Dojima family down this way. So we'll go this way. Oof, alright. Oh. I keep tuning into you violently bludgeoning someone. Today it was a bike! Yeah, that's really how Yakuza goes. Anyway, welcome in. Good to see you, Red Baron. Oh, fuck's sake.
街中逃げ場はねえってわけか。おい、分かってんな、キリュウ。抵抗したって無駄だ。おっつけここは堂島組でごった返す。逃げりゃ死ねえぞ。こっちは一人だ。遠慮する気はねえ。好きに暴れさせてもらうぜ。
Oh shit, Kiryu. Yeah, good to have you in here. We were actually very productive at the start of stream. Got almost 900 words into the new chapter fanfic. Played some Blasphemous, which I actually really enjoyed, giving another shot, even though I hadn't played it in a while. So over the top. I have an umbrella, don't mess with me. The fanfic that I'm working on is it's based on Resident Evil Village. It's basically like I had this very self-indulgent thought where I was like, man, I think it would be very interesting if I put one of my characters into the shoes of Ethan Winters and just like had her experience, you know, not a exact one-to-one plot, but like, you know, be put in a very similar position. So that's basically what it is. Oh, jeez. I had an epiphany recently. I was always felt too indulgent in writing fan fiction. Then I realized that's what I have realized. That's the point. Fucking got him. Yeah, basically, exactly. Oh, I can't get those fights. I can write as much about my favorite characters as I want. Hell yes. And all the OCs you could ever want to. Fucking hit him with a motorized scooter. My god. Oh, fuck. Oh. There we go. Oh shit, 7 million, fuck. If the IPs will make my favorite characters beat and interact, then I'll do it myself. Need to give my faves the depth. Not in the source material. Yep, true. I know exactly what you mean. Oh, Jesus.
ヤクザに追われてるんでしょあんた。
Maybe.
そんな風に街歩き回ってたらまたすぐ見つかっちゃうよ。あんたさえよかったらちょっとうちの店に寄ってかない？何？うちの店ちょっと作りが特殊でさ、裏から下水道に降りていけるの。誰にも見られずにこの辺りから離れる。
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too.
あんたを追いかけてんのが堂島組だからいつも偉そうにしてさ。そいつら好きなやつなんてこの町にはいないよ。それに若いいい男が。
Oh, Jesus, yeah, it feels like a trap.
まあ他に当てがあるならいいけど。
わかった。頼む。
じゃあこっち来て。もたもたしてると奴らに見つかっちゃうよ。
確かにあんたの店は変わってる。
Yeah, in the fucking sewers. I'm playing 2002 Grand Theft Auto Vice City, and the strippers don't look nearly that nice. Yeah, oh man, I remember Vice City.
匂いは我慢して。
この先はどこまで繋がってる？
劇場広場の方に繋がってるみたい。わざわざ確かめたことはないの。でもどこかしら上に上がれる場所があるんだと思う。でなきゃ抜け道に使えないものね。
To be fair, it's from 2002, yeah.
今頃堂島組はうちの店の周りに集まってきてるだろうから、この道使ってうまくやればどこかに逃げ込めるんじゃない？
ああ、助かった。ありがとう。いつか街を自由に歩けるようになったら、今度は客として来る。
I remember my friend's dad would let us play it, but he'd only let us drive around. Honestly, that was the main part I was interested in when I wanted to play it as a kid.
多分そんな日は来ない。
Oh my god. He's fine. He's fine. It's fine.
つくづくてめえは楽しましてくれるぜ。
さっき飲んだ。あんたが仕向けたのか。
お前に一ついいことを教えといてやる。極道ってのはな、ボクシングとは違え。喧嘩に負けたやつが敗者になるんじゃねえ。最後まで張り続けらんなかったやつが負けるんだよ。ああ、そうだろうが。
Doesn't it smell down there? It's better than dying. Fair. Yeah.
極道の世界に KO はね。
The snakeskin motif is a fun character design
指の
choice.
一本や二本なくそうが、阿波野や渋沢に頭取られようが、そんなことは構えしねえんだ。命ある限り何度でも這い上がってやる。だからよ、てめえみたいな半端もんが一番許せねえんだよ。死ねえボケ！
Oh, all the music. Shit. Let's. Okay. Fucking got him. Just block a pipe with your arms. I mean, to be fair, I did shoot him point blank with a shotgun several times, and it did not do much to his health. So I think that's pretty even between him and Kiryu. Right? He's taking shotgun blasts. Yeah, that was absolutely a shotgun. So, I mean, you know, Kiryu just casually blocking or absorbing the pipe hits. Like, alright, I'll make that trade. That's fine.
またこれ後悔するぞ今俺をここで殺さなかったらなさっきあんたが言った通り俺は極道を張り続けなかった半端もんだ風間のおやっさんはきっとそれを見抜いてたから俺が極道になることを許さなかった
Pipes and guns just do bashing damage. You could soak that shit. Yep.
多分あんたみたいな男なんだろうそれでも俺は半端もんなりの意地最後まで貫かせてもらうあんたが何度俺の前に立ちふさがろうがな
My god. Kiryu goes so fucking hard. We should go to the Tiger and Dragon to get that shotgun repaired. So I thought, I mean, maybe it's a broken shotgun. It still works though, but maybe that was why it wasn't doing any damage. Oh my god. Awano, really? This is so camp though. I love it. I fucking love it. This motherfucker.
待ってたぜキリアやっぱしくじったな何をしてるんだあんた見りゃわかんだろ踊ってんだよなあゆうべはなんで電話してくれなかったんだよ夜通しおめえからの電話待ってたんだぜ何つまらなそうにしてんだおめえもこっち来て一緒に踊ろうぜキリア何を言ったんだ
For fucking
あ
real?
んた俺を殺そうとしてんじゃなかったのか
Excuse me?
用がねえなら行かせてもらうあんたのお遊びに付き合うつもりはないまあ待てキリュウ俺はおめえに感謝してんだよ感謝風間の頭にクゼの兄貴俺にとっちゃ目の上の炭鉱だった二人が
Oh shit.
追い脅すきっかけを作ってくれたほんとおめえは俺にとって福の神だ俺はなキリおめえを心の底から助けてやりたいと思ったらどうせここでだってもうおめえに逃げ場はねえ
The face animations are really good, yeah. Like the fucking sneers and smirks and just, I mean, changes in facial expressions in general, especially for what, this game came out in 2017, so.
いやいや、ついこの前、おめえがクゼの兄貴と揉めた後ぐらいによ、ゴルフ行ってきてな。甲州カントリークラブ。すげえいいコースだったよ。何の話だ？おめえは知らねえかもしれねえが。
Not to be a bother, but the tire stretch goal
コース回った後のカレーとサウナ。
covers the subtitles a little. Oh no, I appreciate that.
世の中の他の遊
Let
び。
me. That should hopefully be out of the way.
バカらしくなるぐらいだ。
世間話を聞くつもりはねえ。早く本題を言ったらどうだ。
No, I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. I definitely don't, want something like that impeding the viewing experience.
そのゴルフの帰り寄ってきたよ。おめえと錦山の実家に。まさか風間の頭が面倒見てるって話だったから、さぞかし豪華なとこだと思ってたが、ありゃ犬小屋だな。ひまわりだったか。初老の園長さん。お元気だったよ。
お前、ひまわりに何したんだ？
Oh no. Have you played Sifu? I have not. I think I've heard of it before now.
100万ポッチ小遣いやったら涙流して喜んでたよ。いい人だな、あの園長。
あわな。
自分のせいで何の罪もねえあの園長さんを悲しませるような真似したくねえだろ。
Oh my god. This bastard.
まあそういうことだ。今おめえが生き延びたところで逃げ場所はどこにもねえんだよ。おめえの友人関係から住んでるアパート、行きつけのラーメン屋から育った場所まで全部調べはついてる。まあ悪く思うな。昔から堂島組には役割があってな。組の絵描くのは風間組、喧嘩番長久世剣能会、面倒な事務方は渋沢。
Highly recommended the player characters attempting to get revenge for their murdered father. Each time you die, your character ages, gaining strength but losing health. Interesting. I still need to finish playing Hellblade, Senua's song. I should do that on stream at some point.
俺はクゼとは違う。極道としての生き方なんざどうでもいいと思ってる。
Senua's sacrifice, not Senua's song. I'm pretty sure it's Senua's sacrifice.
俺にとっちゃ極道なんて職業はそういった人生を楽しむための手段に過ぎねえ。こっちに来いやキリュウ。今あの不動産屋田島直、俺によりゃおめえは勝ち組。一生楽しく暮らせる。そして売らなきゃ惨めに死んじまうだけだ。あの犬小屋から錦山と一緒に必死に吐いてたばっかりなんだろ。ん？
Oh, this motherfucker. I don't know if that's much of a choice, Alana. Right? You can either do exactly what I want you to do, or I'll kill you horrifically. Your choice. Isn't that so nice that I'm giving you a choice?
Timmy. 話にならねえよ。
おめえもこの女と同じになるぜ。この店の前に100人はくだらねえで堂島組のもんが銃持って待ち構えてる。
Thing, right? What the
これでも
fuck?
俺仕事に抜かれねえんだな。
Not to get squeaky, but holy shit.
表に出て蜂の巣になるか。それとも俺と楽しい夢一緒に追いかけるか。
Why, Wano?
答えはおめえに決めさせてやる。さあどうする。
決まってんだろ。俺は行く。あんたは揺さぶりをかけたつもりかもしれねえが、死ぬか生きるかは大した問題じゃねえ。
何言ってんだてめえ。
あんたが楽しいかどうか
Yakuza,
物
what'd you
事を決め
expect?
るのと同じ。
Well, to be fair, earlier on they were emphasizing how, like, actually killing somebody is a very, like, severe act even within the Yakuza. Like, it's not something to be
好
taken
きか
lightly.
嫌いかで決めるだけだ。俺が行く理由は
So
た
to
だ
see
一つ。
someone do it wantonly, like, I mean, I guess that does a good job of proving, like, he's not to attach the Yakuza code, but
なら撃たれる方がまだマシだ。
because that's the whole reason Kiryu got in trouble. Because killing gets too much attention drawn towards them. Oh. Okay. I wanna, you fucking piece of shit. I mean, they are criminals with power. They have that power. The code is superfluous at best. True. Where's all the people wanting to ventilate Kiryu, right? He didn't expect Kiryu to call his bluff. Nishiki!
錦、
早く乗れ。組の者に見られたらまずい。
だが
いいから。頭下げて隠れてろ。泡野に張り付いてりゃおめえが見つかると思ってた。ついてたよ。
錦分かってんのか。俺に関わるとお前もやべえ。
うるせえ。これがお前を助けてやれる最後だ。町中どこ行っても組の連中が張ってる。とにかく今はカムロ町を出るしかねえぞ。
どこに向かう気だ。
とりあえず都内を出る。それでもまだ気は抜けねえが時間は稼げるだろう。
Oh shit. All I know is that with mixed adherence, the IRL Yakuza code is to leave civilians out of it. Especially when it comes to killing and say mixed adherence. Sometimes there's rogue member people caught in crossfire. Yeah. He straight up executed that lady. No thought, yeah. Not even like, you know, shot her to like make a point and like injure her and add any sense of urgency to the decision, but like straight up fucking killed her immediately. Yeah, because he can get away with it. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's entirely fair. It's just shocking to see because it's like, you know, some people seem to adhere to the code. Like, Kuze seems to give a shit about the code, even if he is an asshole. So to go from that to somebody being like, I don't give a fuck, you know. It definitely does what it's intended to do. How? I fucking knew it. I was like, Nishiki defected. I don't know what it was, but it...
なあ兄弟、いい加減にしろって。うるせえ！もう
So many people are trying to kill Kiryu, right?
なんでこうなっちまったんだろうな。どっから歯車がずれた？組の命令ってことなのか、錦。そんなんじゃねえ。桐生、お前、組の制裁で殺される人間がどういう目に遭うか知ってるか？堂島組ってとこは見せしめの死体を作る天才だぜ。人間がどの程度痛めつければ死ぬのかよく知ってる。それをとことん死なねえように殺すんだ。生かしたまんま。できるだけ長く苦しむようにだ。生きたまま解剖されるような拷問されて散々痛めつけられた挙句、そして後になって見つかった死体はもう人間と呼べるようなもんじゃねえ。俺はな、桐生、兄弟としておめえにそんな死に方させられねえよ。堂島組に的にかけられるってのはそういうことなんだ。桐生、組織に目つけられて逃げ切ることはできねえ。極道には時効もねえ。お前も分かってるはずだ。こうなっちまった以上、俺も極道としてはもうおしまいだ。風間のおやつさんもな。けどせめておめえがひでえ死に方するのだけは避けられる。人思いに死なせてやれる。今俺にできんのはそれくらいしか。
I know. Oh my god. We've seen what little damage shotguns do. What's a handgun gonna do?
すまねえ兄弟。お前にここまでさせちまったのは俺のせいなんだな。兄弟、頼みがある。俺をここで弾いたら俺の首を手柄にしていつか組でてっぺん取ってくれ。約束してくれ。頼んだぜ。なんだよこっちみんな。
Oh my god.
頼むから情けねえこと言うんじゃねえ。そんなんじゃてっぺん取れねえぞ。どうした？しっかり狙えよ。まだ死んでねえぞ。撃てねえよ。
Sad music.
めえと一緒じゃなきゃダメだ。極道として。俺なんか今まで生きてこられたのもおめえがそばにいたからだ。俺はおめえが一緒じゃなきゃ何やっても半端で意味がねえんだよ。
俺だって同じさ。お互いまだガキだってことだ。
Oh, me neither. I was not ready for this at
つま
all.
らねえ火種つけちまって、世話になったおやっさんにも迷惑かけて、それで死んで片付けちまおうなんてよ。極道がどうとか言う前に結局俺は半端なガキでしかねえ。
俺だって人思いに死なせてやるなんて言い切ったくせに、マジでダセえよ。
だよな。でもいつまでもガキじゃいられねえ。
キリア、やっぱり二人で何とかして。
錦、今日ここであったことは全部忘れろ。俺も忘れる。俺は行くぜ。
どうするつもりなんだ。
カムロ町に戻る。俺にはまだ
Your little avatar when you twitched when you sniffed, it was cute. Wow.
キリュウ、おめえ本当に殺されちまう
That's the
よ。
closest expression I can get her to
お
show
前にもらっ
to
た命だ。
me having tears in
こ
my
れでどこまでや
eyes.
れんのか、この目で確かめてやる。
キリュウ、
錦、
Hang on. Sorry. It's me. It's me right now.
まず俺からけじめつけさせてくれ。お前とはこれまでだ。今日限り兄弟の縁を切らせてもらう。
キリュウ、
こっから先お前は二度と
Oh my
俺
god.
に関わるな。
I'm just gonna steal your car. Goodbye. Oh shit, okay.
大阪蒼天堀の夜を彩るキャバレーグランドの支配人真島五郎。
Oh yes, Majima time, baby.
そのきらびやかな表の顔とは裏腹に真島の運命は
Majima,
という
like
男の手に握られている。
Majima gives big Nadine vibes.
3年前かつて
Because she works as a bartender and she knows how to, like, you know,
親の意向に
work
逆
her
らったことで
clientele.
組から存在を抹消されていた。
But also, when push
やが
comes to
て
shove,
真島は極道
she
へ
absolutely
復帰する
cracked
条件として
skulls.
佐川からある人間の殺害を命じられる。真島の標的となったその人物の名は牧村誠。しかし彼女を狙う極道たちの突然の出現により真島は思いがけず誠への殺意を失ってしまう。それは仕事を命じられた殺し屋にとって許されるはずもない行為だった。
Oh shit. Oh no, when did slot 1 get overwritten? Oh, that's such a shame. That was my oldest slot. Oh well. That hadn't been touched since 2018. Rip. Anyway, I'm gonna be right back super quick, but I'm just gonna let the cutscene continue on.
ここは
ええから入れ。
ちょっと
座れ。
ここ
倉庫や。古いソファーやらそこら中積まれとる。うろうろしたら怪我すんで。
何があったんです？なんで私がこんな。
そりゃこっちのセリフや。ヤクザ連中が名指しでお前狙おうとる。心当たりないわけないやろ。
そんなこと言われても。
牧村誠という名前はテレクラの女どもによう知られとる。そいつはコウモリの入れ墨の男を探しとるらしい。その牧村誠はお前なんか、それとも名前語っとった店長の方か。
それは。
And
お前なん
back.
かせやったらそれがヤクザに追われとる理由か。
知りません。私は何も。あなたは誰なんですか？
あ、俺か。しょうもない男や。人一人殺すこともできん最低の。
最低の何？
殺し屋や。
嘘。
牧村誠を殺せとだけ言われたんや。相手が目の見えん女とは知らされんかった。けどお前を狙ってたのは俺だけやなかった。お前って何者なんや。コウモリの入れ墨いうのは何や。なんでそいつを探っとった。いや、
リーさんはリーさんに合わせて。
Oh no.
あの店長はお前さらいに来てヤクザに撃たれた。
撃たれた。でもさっきはすぐ会えるって。
安心せえ。あの男何者かわからんが撃たれるときちゃんと急所外しとった。あの出血ならしな。
本当に？
用が済んだらあの男に会わしたる。けどその前に知ってることを洗いざらい話してもらうで。牧村誠。
私を殺しに来たんならなんで助けたの？なんで殺さないの？
お前は殺されたいんか？どの道お前生かしとることがバレたらお前も俺も俺の雇い主に消される。
Yeah, I was being clever when I said that.
せやけど
You'd seem
なんでお前が狙われと
both
るか
be
が分かれ
dead.
ば
True.
少しはやりようがあるかもしれん。コウモリの入れ墨言うのは何や。なんでその男を探しとる。
それは
そいつがヤクザ雇ってお前を狙ったかもしれんのや。今さら隠してもしゃあないで。
コウモリの入れ墨の話ならリーさんが知ってる。
あ？
リーさんに聞いてください。そうすればわかりますから。
本当やろな。その話もっと早い言えや。いくら急車外しとっても銃で撃たれたんや。出血多量で死んでしまうかもしれんやろ。
あなたさっき大丈夫って。
嘘も方便ちやつや。ええか、死にたなかったら
マジま。
こっから出るんやない。絶対やぞ。
I love how blunt he is. If you don't want to die, do not leave this room for any reason.
例の一つくらい言うてったらどうや。山形、朝早くにすまんかったな。オデッセイでもほとんど使わん物置や。あんなんであんたに貸し作れんなら安いもんやで。
I'm a hitman. Do you think I'm above lying?
けど女閉じ込めるために部屋貸せなんて、あんたもええ趣味してんな。女のことは他言無用や。大胆な男やな。そんなもんライバル店の支配人に頼むことかいな。俺がこの秘密触れ回るとは思わんのか。このことがある筋に知れたら俺はこの町におれんようになる。もしそうなったらあんた困るやろ。ああ、グランドとオデッセイっちゅう店が張り合うてこその蒼天堀や。どっちかの店だけになれば町自体の客足
That's a fair
どんだけ
point.
減るやろな。
What if I have to go to the bathroom? Just go in the corner. I don't even know where we fucking are.
一強だけのリーグ戦で客は呼べ。オデッセイだけで試合は盛り上がるんで。なるほど。さすがは夜の帝王っちゅうわけかい。わかった。あんたの秘密の趣味は俺の胸にしまっとくわ。せやけど貸しは貸しや。忘れんといてや。ああ、せや、真島藩。あんた、キャバクラには行かはりますか。キャバクラ？ああ、最近増えてきとるらしいの。グランドやオデッセイみたいなキャバレーとは少しちゃうらしいが。
All the music.
キャバレーのように時間制のお会計で高級クラブ並みの接待を受けられるっちゅうんで、キャバクラ言うようになったんや。まだ行ったことないが、それがほな一度行ってみたらええ。蒼天堀の夜の帝王がキャバクラ知らんやなんてよそに知れたら笑われます。ほう、そんなええもんなんか。ええ、これからは間違いなくキャバクラの時代や。男も女も必ずキャバクラに流れる。キャバレーは持ってあと数年ってとこやろな。そこまで言うんやったらあんたもキャバクラやったらええやないか。台所来るし言うてもそんくらいの金あるやろ。もうやったわ。けどあかんかった。何やと。ま、いっぺん見てきたらええ。あんたにもすぐにわかるはずや。キャバクラを制す者を夜の街を制する。その言葉の意味。
Alright.
ちいと喋りすぎましたわ。
The XOXO license plate. My god. Okay, just because I think it would be in poor form if we totally abandoned this dude, we are gonna head straight towards him.
ちょうだいや。お金やるんか。
もわからんで。
私関係ない。リーさんの着替え取りに来ただけ。
リーの着替え？ほなお前、ここの店長の居所知っとるのか？リーはどこにおる？無事なんか？
リーさん、今私の病院いる。
なんや、おっさん医者か？
この辺りの中国人、みんな私の病院来る。リーさんも夕べ駆け込んできた。
そんな病院どこや？
いや、でも。
俺はリーの味方や先生。あんた、ここにおったマコという女知っとるか？
マコト？知ってるよ。リーさん、あの子のこととても心配してる。
俺はその女に頼まれてリーに会いに来たんや。せやからあんたの病院どこにあるか教えてくれ。はよ言わんと痛い目見るで。
わかったよ。私の病院、小福町西にあるジャンバラ屋ってジャンソー。私いつもそこで患者見てる。
ジャンソーで病院？闇医者っちゅうことか。
もう行っていいか？
いや、
Such
俺
a
が
food
探しとる
girl.
ことを
I
リ
think.
ーには内緒なんや。
So true for a girl. I don't know. Ah!
しばらく寝とれ。
Take a bow. Majima! Was that necessary, sir? Shofukusho. Okay.
Oh. やるんか。
Fucking got him. Oh.
全てがムカつくわ。なんなんや。ほんま勘弁してください。
Oh, the breakdancer guy. Oh my god.
なんやて？
shit. All right, 1.7 million yen. That's not bad, I don't think.
What? No. Huh?
Oh my god. Can I pet the dogs? Oh man, I guess not. Fucking got him. Oh, it's Aaron Cohn again.
What?
Alright, so where is... Soten... He said Sotenbori, right? I need to use the restroom. Alright, fine. Oh god, none of these. Okay, time to roundhouse kick a child. No! Look, a UFO! Oh my god, did it work? Oh no. Oh god. Huh, I don't, sing a song.
素直に I love you 届けようきっと You love me 伝わるさ君に合うガラスの靴を探そう
Incredible. Back to the statue. Oh my god, imagine somebody thinking that your acapella is less entertaining than a fucking statue. Quit your lame ass singing. What's wrong with you, man? Perfect. Oh my god, perfect. Fucking got him. Statue is more interesting than song, right? Wow, thank you. Ha! Adorable. How you feeling, man? Ooh, nice. Huh. I'm no entertainer. Adorable. Love it. Oh, I guess I don't have any 3 cards set. Oh, okay, I do have one. Nice. Let me, please. Oh, I can't. Okay. Well, I guess I can't go up that way. I thought I was just getting caught on geometry, but... Oh yeah, I guess I should go to Tiger and Dragon. Okay, maybe not. Aw. Peak Bun-chan? Alright. Oh, nope, not even close. Nope. Damn it. No. I've got to get it. It's staring directly at the camera, mocking me. Please, please. Yes! I'm not entirely humiliated in front of this child. Guess what? Fucking got one for a lizard. Be like, ah! Aww. Adorable. Oh.
行くで。化け物かよ。勘弁してください。
Oh, bento lunches. You know what? Let's just get some yakitori. And, oh, hi, I guess. Majima the Hitman from the Small Children. That guy by Akitori! Kill him! Alright. I guess actually it would probably be shorter if I went around this way. Oh. Sorry. I'm looking for my pornography card. There we go. Thank you.
Oi.
Oh.
What?
What's this shit? Wasn't it you who requested that? Eren-kun thought he was doing it for you, so he busted his ass to get it. Huh? Doesn't matter. What Tama-kun wants, I want too. We're totally going steady now. Yeah, Eren-kun's usually good at his job. Quick, courteous, and free. Of course, he doesn't know we're an item now. These assholes. They don't give a rat's ass about Eren-kun.
Oh.
Ugh.
What? Oh?
We don't owe you
Huh?
Alright, you little shit. Exploitative shits, right? That's what I thought, you bastard. Yeah, you should tell him the truth. Oh!
Hi.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell him the truth. It sucks, but... Oh. Yeah! Good for you, Eren-kun. Yeah, it's all about respect. If you both have an equal share of it, then nothing can tear you apart. Yeah. Aww.
Yeah. Hi.
Adorable. Would it make you feel better to know I whooped his ass? Oh shit, so he really will run errands for us. That's awfully nice of him. Oh shit, I have not, I have not danced at the Maharaja in this game, I don't think. Oh, there it is. I see it. There we go. Actually, might be good to go save. Hello? My fault for Karen. Mugged by the Bonten Hunter? I'm sorry, what? Oh my god. The guy kicked your ass and left you in tiny whities. I hate that I can see his. Ah, there it is. Alright, well, I'm gonna save before I get involved in this nonsense. Sorry. Oh my god, I totally knocked that dude down. That was rude of me. Oh, is this him over here? Actually, before I do that. Huh? What? Oh my god, okay. There we go. What the fuck is this kid made of, right? Oh my god.
Hi.
Aw. Aw. Ha! Oh my god. I won't rest until I rip those pants off your ass. Insane. My god. Alright, so let's go give these pants back to this dude. Oh, I thought those were some men in black, but it was just a group of high school boys. Okay.
Huh? ああ。は？何やって？おい。
Oh, jeez. Okay, so he did show up back here. Ryuji Goda. Wow. What an ending to that story. Oh yeah, we were gonna go to the disco and then we never did. I think that will be what we round off the night with, is some disco. Oh shit. Fucking got him. Oh shit, never mind. Don't want to deal with Mr. Shakedown. Alright. And Maharaja is back that way. Alright, let's go get a drink and then get on the dance floor. Nice. Alright, let's do some fucking disco. Oh man, I guess we gotta... Oh shit, we'll see how this goes. I'm gonna take a bong rip because that undoubtedly is going to increase my ability to dance to this. Actually, that bowl's dead, so I'm gonna load another one really quick. God, I love this game so much. And also, at the same time, I can't help but, like, constantly think of, like, I wonder how much time and effort it would take to, replace the, 3D models in this game with the models of maybe another character. Maybe if I won the lottery or something, I would hire someone to do that, plus voiceovers and all of that. Alright. Anybody else who might be smoking along? Cheers. Hell yes, Majima. Let's go, big boy. Oh my god. Did we miss any? I don't think we missed any in that one. Majima grooving for real. Fuck it, let's do another one. Maybe I was right to take that bong rip. Okay, I'm gonna quit. I feel like my timing was weirdly off with that one. We'll give it another shot. Okay, let's go. Oh, and we also have to do karaoke as Majima. Oh my god, okay. Merc be choking. Hey, still, pretty good. Maybe we'll redeem ourselves with this one. Probably not, but maybe. This one is another, like, real bop. Oh my god! Could have been worse. Could have been better, but it also could have been worse. Alright, that's enough of that. Let's maybe run and do some karaoke. Where's the... Oh, right south. How perfect. Oh, she's handing out pocket tissues. I was like, why can't I talk to her? Huh? Hello? Oh. Nice. All right. Komeki Warrior Arts. Oh, Jesus. Ooh, got him. Shit.
なんじゃと
Creative names. Cool, so I can just like continue to train with him, right? All right. Yes, I know we're getting sidetracked. It's fine. Oh, okay, let me... Oh, I need like a heat boost, but it doesn't look like I have anything for it. Or... Yes. Wait. Alright, I just need to let my heat gauge drop some. Fight, fight, fight! Welcome back, Grace. Alright, well, we only have like 3 more bouts left. Why not? Let's go ahead and finish it if we can. Then we'll wrap up with some karaoke. Ooh, I am gonna take a bong rip before we get into this next fight, though. Some dangerous shit. Majima. Goblin. She's doping. She's doping! I know, I've been caught. Red-eyed. Let me heal a little bit first. There we go. There we go. Oh. All right. Frantic throw. I just figured you'd be naming better at naming shit than me. Oh no, okay, I guess I have to upgrade my fighting style more, but hey, we've done all the lessons. Oh no! Oh no! I accidentally nudged the dog. I feel terrible. I'm so sorry, buddy. Oh, I'm gonna cry. Let's have a little whiskey. Ooh, full health, nice. Karaoke time. It's karaoke time, baby. Do we want a support song or his, you know what? We have to do 20, like, every time we play as Majima, we, like, have to do 24-hour Cinderella. Oh. Not bad. Not my best, but not bad. $97. Come on. That's pretty good. I do want to hear how Majima cheers on other people versus how Kiryu does. I'm curious to... Let's go full pop, baby.
Go! 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 Yay! 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 Hua! 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 Phew! セクシー大好きこの日この夏はしゃぐよなラブサーフィンよっ生かしとるで君がサンシャイン輝けさまサンシャインアイ君がサンシャイン歌う姿がセクシー
Ooh, that was a little tougher than... Oof. Yes, Majima doing support lyrics is so, like, he genuinely seems like he's having such a fun time. Yeah, fuck it, let's do another one. I know I'm pushing it with the lively interjections, but... Look at all those cigarettes, though. I guess it is the 80s.
Yay! 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 Hua! Hua! Hoo! Ai! 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 Moshi moshi! Hi! Hi! Moshi moshi! ベルにくれた Go! Go! 愛してるあかん興奮してきたわじゃんじゃんじゃんちゃらちゃらじゃんじゃんじゃんちゃらちゃら寂しいじゃんじゃんじゃんちゃらちゃらじゃんじゃんじゃんちゃらちゃらもしも
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my god. That was rough at the end there. My lord. Hey, got a 90. You know what? I'm gonna get a little snack. Before we do more karaoke. Am I able to get a little snack? Yeah, okay, I can't. Sorry. Alright, Rogue of Love. Let's go. And then I think we're gonna call it for the night. For realsies. What's going on?
Go! Hi, hi! Hua, 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 hua! Come on, baby! Yay! Sunshine! Aye! Yay! Yay! Hua, 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 hua! かわいい顔してはいはい俺もかいはいはい俺はゴミのような存在や常に怯えている唇を
I can't get over this.
Yay!
Oh. Not again. I'm losing my mind. Oh my god. I have actual tears in my eyes right now. Absolutely incredible. Incredible. Oh my god. I am so glad I never watched Majima do any karaoke besides 24 Hour Cinderella. Because I am so happy that was not spoiled for me. As far as I'm concerned, I've beaten the game. The fact that I've seen that means I've won. Nothing you can do to me will make me lose. Alright, I have to cut myself off here because otherwise I can stay up until I have to go into work tomorrow. Yes, yes. Alright, well, thank you guys so much for hanging out. It was a lot of fun. I hope you have a great rest of your evening. I hope I will be back on Saturday. I am not entirely sure what we're going to be doing. I know that I've talked about trying to have a more set schedule, and I'm trying to like put things together in such a way that you know, it works out favorably on both ends. But I'm glad you guys had fun. Hopefully I will see you next time. And regardless, like I said, hope you have a great rest of your night and a great rest of your week. And yeah, till next time.